You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Monday around midnight Central Standard Time. My name is Jesse Reichler. Greg has the night off. Today we are continuing our playthrough of Vienna Connection. We're on Mission 2. There's a whole set of reasons why you shouldn't be watching this. If you haven't watched Mission 1 playthrough, you should watch that first. This is obviously full of spoilers. It's a 4-mission campaign. So you shouldn't be watching any of these playthroughs if you intend to play the game yourself. And if you're not sure, you could take a quick 10-minute break and watch the Before You Buy video that I made about Vienna Connection to see if it's for you. And while I am plugging videos, I should plug the video that we just put up on part of a new series of sort of recommending games, and it's on this style of game, detective mystery narrative game. So we made a little 20-minute video recommending different games for different types of people. Okay, with that said, I don't think there's anyone here in the channel watching. There might be one or two, yes. Gustav Runender's here. Okay, anyway. Point is, you could watch this after you play through the game yourself. It'll be on YouTube. So, Mission 2. I'm excited to play it. It's been quite a few weeks since I played Mission 1, so I'm rusty on my memory of what happened, but I did take notes. We'll look at them. We'll go over them together. This is normally where I would ask in the channel for someone to comment and let me know that the audio and video is coming through okay. I've actually got the air conditioner running on low, but hopefully I've got the audio compressor, limiter, dynamic set, equalizer so that it's blocking most of that. If there is someone watching on YouTube Live, you could let me know now while I pause for the YouTube delay if it's coming through okay. If not, it's all right. I didn't give you guys much notice about this stream. I thought we would just practice a little doing live streams. We are going to do, Greg will be here with me to do a live stream sort of Q&A, channel update, online play a game with the channel on the 28th of June. Okay, Ruinder, you're still here. You're supposed to go to work. You're not supposed to be watching this because you said you might play this game. But thank you for the report. Okay, so everything's loud and clear. We can continue. All right, so I said we are going to do a big live Q&A channel update on June 28th. I believe it is, a Monday. All right, shall we get started with Mission 2? Let's take a look at my notes from Mission 1 first. Okay, so here's what I typed up. I didn't used to type up notes, but when I played Gumshoe, which was this massive epic game, overwhelming information, I started taking notes for these campaign games, and so I started taking one for Vienna Connection. So I've just got a list of names that popped up in Mission 1. If you remember, here are our files for Mission 1. You're allowed to keep all the files that you saw. These are the files we encountered while we played Mission 1. And all of the cards that you saw, you still have access to. So let's recap. Let's recap Mission 1. We're in no rush, right? We've got all night. This could take 6 hours, whatever it takes, it takes. All right. So Mission 1. We were hired by a special action team, special activities division of the CIA to investigate the death of this guy, James Werner. He was killed. He was tortured and killed. We went to Vienna to investigate this. What we found out was that he was a double agent. He was working for us. He was working for the Defense Intelligence Agency, a sort of spin-off of CIA. He was pretending to be a KGB agent, and he met up with his KGB connection and was paid off in these code cards, which were mostly locations of weapons caches in Europe. A terrorist cell of the Red Army faction, RAF, got wind that he had received these code cards, which were weapons cache locations, tried to buy it off him. He refused to sell it. He sent in his reports to the Defense Intelligence Agency saying someone's tried to buy these cards, I've got these cards. And then he sent a little SOS, I'm in trouble, I'm being followed. It looks like he was kidnapped by a local gang hired by the Red Army terrorist organization, Lars Rutten gang. They tortured him and killed him. That's how he ended up dead. We tracked down his hotel safe house. We figured out that they had gotten some of the code cards. Some were left in a hiding place that the criminals hadn't gotten. And then we made some contact with local police, and eventually we reported to our superiors everything we had learned. They recovered all of the code cards. So we got all the code cards back. We figured out the basic people involved in the Red Army terrorist organization and the KGB contacts and where that happened. We did not catch this guy, codenamed Trader, Trader, who we think came into Vienna earlier and set up the connections with the Red Army faction and all these different people. So there's still this person floating around. We also learned from our people that they think there's a leak in our organization, either the CIA or DIA. So we didn't wrap that up. That's a little dangerous situation for us, but we basically wrapped up this little case. What else? We've got a couple puzzles halfway solved. We have a couple of things that were mysterious to us. One was that when our guy, the guy who was killed, met for the handoff of these code cards, the handoff person said, "Greetings from Porthos," Porthos, Porthos or Porthos, I guess Porthos. He didn't know what that meant, and we don't know what that meant. When we found the cards in the end, when they were recovered, one said, April, Budapest, Porthos. So one had those three words on it. Again, we don't know what that means. We were there in February, so it may mean something's happening in April. But those are the two. So here are the end mission stuff that I wrote down. The cards, 3 cards, 2 weapons cache. One just said April, Budapest, Porthos. And then what I said before, the greetings from Porthos statement that the person who handed him the cards gave him. So maybe in addition to that, you might write down who is the leak in our organization and what was the last one? Oh, who is Trader? There are a little bit more, couple more mysteries. Like we followed the prosecutor, the local Vienna prosecutor, and she handed off some information to someone who, with a silver lapel. We don't know who that is. But all stuff we'll be keeping our eye open. We've got our notes if we need to go back to it. And I guess we're ready to begin mission 2. Okay, let's go. Let's open up mission 2. So 2 of 4 missions. Okay. So here's our mission briefing. Oh, it's just got one side. Here, if you'll remember, is our encryption key for any messages we get. Let's take a look at that. In fact, I'll just put it here for you. Okay, we won't need that now. We'll need it when we get some information. We've got some operatives here. Guess we'll turn this off. Come here. All right, so we've got some operatives. And then we've got some operations. Remember, these are the operatives working these operations. We'll be able to perform one or more of these operations when we want. If you'll remember, the operation we performed on mission 1 got one of our operatives killed. We tried to pretend we were going to sell the cards and he was killed. He was shot and killed. So hopefully we won't get more people killed. All right, we'll look at these in a second. Let's start, though, by looking at mission 2. I see on the back we've got a little envelope here. Mrs. Hutton. This looks like it says Toberch Hill, North Allerton, something, Yorkshire. Okay, so someone's a letter to England somewhere. All right, shall we read this together? I don't know if you can read it. I don't know if it's zoomed up enough you can read it. It's okay if you can't. I'm going to read it. But, okay. After backing off from Vienna, the SAD team was directed to Prague, where it had to wait for new orders. Bailey Watts, chief of CIA's Soviet East European Division, requested the SAD's presence in Europe for at least the next 4 months. A message on the code card secured in Vienna, Budapest, April, Porthos, suggests that something will happen in the spring of 1977. Bailey believes that the agency must be ready. Catherine Miller supported the request, and the SAD team will remain in Europe. Okay, so here we are. CIA Safe House, Prague, February 23, 1977, 4:22 p.m. A brief radio signal cuts short the poker game. You eyeball the other agents sitting at the table. Veiled by cigarette smoke, something must have happened. You get up, walk to the desk, put on headphones, and look at your watch, 4:22 p.m. You search the codebook for a frequency in operation at this time and set up your receiver. You find a pencil and start writing out the message. Dinner out. 12262 Okay, so we're going to decode that in a second. Let's look at what we've got here, though. CIA mission setup. Add $2 to the pool. Okay, so if you'll remember, we form a pool of these resource tokens. This is sliding around a little. Okay. Add $2. Take the set of local agents. Here they are. Add their corresponding tokens to the pool. Okay, so this gives us 1 booze, this guy. That's for talking to local journalists, whatever. Pavel gives us 1 star. That's dealing with foreign intelligence. And Bohumila gives us another thing here. Okay, so she's radio. He's a correspondent to journalists. And then we've got Pavel, who's an employee of the USSR consulate. Okay, so we've got their resources. We're going to put these guys up here. We don't need them. They're of no relevance to us during the game. They're just for flavor. We've got 3 operations. We'll take a look at those in a second. Okay, so we've added our resources to the pool. Take the set of operations, add them to the pool. Open the envelope with the code for Mission White Rabbit, which is here. If the team wrote, Evan Wright from the U.S. Embassy didn't manage to claim the code card, read 250. Okay, so we didn't write this in the journal. This would be something like if you failed to find the code cards, you'd get a different snippet of story now. But we did, so we don't do that. All right, and that's the entire mission for us. So let's get organized here. Let me just put Mission 1 notes out of the way, along with our notes for Mission 1. We'll get those if we need them. I'm going to put our resources, well, I guess I'll put them here. You can see them better. Shall we look at these operations before we decode that message? That's interesting. There are no further leads to follow here. So it's only this message, presumably, that are going to give us further leads. All right. And this code. All right, let's look at these operations before we begin, though. So we've got Operation Yo-Yo, Operation Human Rights, and Operation Interview for the Press. The first one is a simple one. It looks like the same kind of mission we had in our previous game. It says, draw away the attention of the, oops, that's not very helpful. Draw away the attention of the foreign intelligence agents from the SAD team's actions. Costs us 2 of any token, 2 of any combination of tokens. And we change the zone of the next card to any other zone. So if you'll remember, the way this game works is when you follow a lead, it'll tell you how many exposures to cross off in the white zone, the blue zone, the red zone, or the yellow zone, which is missing in today's mission. If you fill them up and have to check off one, you check off one of these men in black squares. After you check them all off, the game ends and you have to try to solve it. So this card is a way to move check boxes to a zone you haven't been to and do more in a zone that's full up. This operation is completely predictable. We used it last time. Let's take a look at this next one, Operation Human Rights. It says, it's a provocation operation. Dare the Austrian press to interview the arrested American. Okay, so we don't know who this is, arrested American. Maybe we shouldn't have. It's a little flaw in the system that we've got this. We're going to find out about it. Okay, but it costs us 2 resources, one of which has to be a journalist bottle. We spend tokens to flip this over, so you have no idea what it will be. It could be a good thing, it could backfire. And then we've got this operation, another press operation. Type contacts. Operation Goal. Pose as a sports writer and make contact with the Czechoslovakian Figure Skating Federation in Prague to schedule a meeting and interview with Celine Weburn. We don't know why. There she is. We don't know why we would do that. And then we would flip it. So I guess it's a secret way to interview this person. We'll find out why we would want to interview her later. Okay. Those are our operations. We'll come back to those when we need to. I wonder if I should put them someplace so you could see them a little bit. Since we're not going to be going to Ireland, I'm going to put them over here. All right. Let's take a look at this and decrypt our message here. Okay. So a little recap on how to decrypt messages. Our encryption key sheet here that we get for each mission starts out with a little key phrase, dinner out. That's the first thing we check when we get a message is, does it match? That tells us, okay, this message is handled by this key phrase, key card. For each number, we're going to decrypt it into a letter. If you can see these numbers, maybe I'll see if I can even put it here. Okay, so if you can see, if it's a single digit, we just look at the digit, the letter in our key phrase, in, dinner, out. So we've got 1 goes to I, 2 goes to N, 2 goes to N. If it's a 2-digit thing, we use the first digit to tell us what row it's on. So the bottom row is 6. And then the second digit to tell us what column. So that's 6, 2 is an S. S, 60 is B. Stop me if I do anything wrong. And I need my glasses. Is that a 3 or a 5? Okay, that's a 5. So 5 is R. 8 is U. There's going to be Innsbruck, surely. 20 C. 67 is K. Okay, so there's our Innsbruck. 9 is T. 22 is A. 24 is G. 4 is E. 62 is S. 27 is Z. That doesn't look right, does it? No, we'll keep decrypting, we'll come back. 4 is E. 1 is D. 9 is T. 8 is U. 2 is N. 24 is G. 23 is F. 4 is E. What the hell? 60 is B. 19. 19? There's no 19. Maybe that's... Alright, let's skip it for now. 9 would be T. 25 would be H. Next word, 68 is a file symbol. 9 is a T. 64 is a W. 7 is an O. 27 is a Z. 4 is E. 5 is R. 7 is O. Okay, let's see, file 20. Okay, where were we? 7 is O, okay. 27 is Z. 4 is E. 5 is R. 7 is O. 200. Okay, that's telling us what file to go to. Last row is S. 7 is O. 28 is L. 63 is V. 4 is E. Alright, so we've got Innsbruck. And then we've got a whole bunch of stuff here. Okay, so I can see, let's put this aside for now and show you here what we decrypted if you didn't decrypt it at home. Okay, so there's Innsbruck. Okay, so we may have decrypted some of this wrong. We'll take a look at it. But I see here, here's our, remember 19th wasn't decrypted, but this is going to be February 19th. So that 19th was just a number. Okay. So when we got to the 19, there was no way to decrypt. It was just a 19. So there's February 19th. This one here is just saying file 200, file 200, and then solve. Okay. So Innsbruck, February 19th, file 200, solve. But what was this about? Tages Z, Edtung. This could be Ed Tung, that could be someone's name. Let's make sure we got this decrypted properly, because it's either something to solve or we decrypted it wrong. So let's see, Innsbruck ended with 60. Where did we end Innsbruck? 27 was Z. INNBSBRUCK. Okay, K was 67. All right, and the next word was 9. That was a T. 22 was A. 24 was G. 4 was E. 62 was S. 27 was Z. Okay, so that's right. Tages. That's the end of line 1. And then four was E. 1 was, okay, so we decrypted that wrong. So 4 was E. Sorry, hold on. 67 was Innsbruck. Okay. Then 9 was T. A. G. E. S. And then 27 was Z. Okay, so that's the first line. All right. Then it was 4, which was E, and then 1, which is not D. 1 was an I. Okay. 9 was T. 8 was U. 2 was N. 24 G. Okay. Tages Z. Eitung. February 19th. So I don't know what this part is, that middle part is. I do not know what this middle part here refers to. Any theory from the channel? I don't think there's anyone there. Tages Z. Eitung. Tag. Oh, I mean, we can make our own word breaks. So Z-E-I-T. All right, well, we'll worry about that in a bit. I'm going to put that this is mission 2 briefing. Maybe I'll just mark in red here this part we don't understand. All right, let's find ourselves file 200. Maybe it will be able to answer that question for us. Other than that, there's no leads to follow here. All right. So file 200. Let's see what we got here. File 200. Okay. Here it is. February 19th. That was the date on our secret message here. Innsbruck. Oh, there's our Tageszeitung. Tageszeitung. Okay. Solved. That mystery is now solved. So this whole thing, we understand what this is. Okay. Innsbruck. Tageszeitung. Tageszeitung. February 19th, 1977. Death in the mountains. Yesterday, in the Schönergarten Hotel, an American citizen was arrested following the murder of Yugoslavian citizen Tomislav Jovanovic. According to unofficial sources, the arrestee is Finn Taylor, 43, an employee of the U.S. Embassy in Vienna. The case might have political undertones. Unfortunately, the police would not reveal any details concerning the case, and a spokesman for the Innsbruck police has declined to comment on the case, citing the ongoing investigation. What adds spice to the case is that, according to our sources, Celine Webern, Czechoslovakian Olympic figure skater, a world-class sports star, was in the hotel as well. Written by J.K. Okay, so there's Celine Webern. If you'll remember, one of our operations let us get to an interview try to interview her and find out what's her involvement in all this. So we might want to consider that. All right, and then we've got some further leads. Now, if you'll remember in this game, notes. It's all about notes. If you take notes, that's how you don't forget and lose track of things. It's also what makes watching a live stream of this so painful, which is partly why none of you are doing it. Okay, so we're listing that this is file 200. This is the way I've come to do these cases. I use a page for each lead or file, and then I write down the leads available, and then I'll mark them when we actually go to them. Okay, so we've got 211 blue. That's the blue zone. We can read some newspapers. We've got 215 red, which we've only got, notice, one red zone we can go to before we start bringing the game to an end. So reds, we didn't get any reds in our first playthrough, but here's a red. So this is Austrian Intelligence Services. Okay. Then we've got another red, 205 red, which is Yugoslavian Intelligence. Then we've got 204 white. White is CIA headquarters and safe houses. So this is CIA and Taylor reports. The murder of Tomislav. Okay, so Finn Taylor is the one arrested working for the U.S. Embassy. So we could go to the CIA and get his last reports. Or 207 white, which is copy of police murder reports. Okay, so there are the leads we have available. So to make sure everyone's following the rules of the game, we could go to any of these leads, mark off exposures, or we could do any of these operations. Those are the actions we have available at this point in the game. And we might want to write down here, we've got Tomislav Jovanovic murdered, and Finn Taylor is held for the murder. This guy's Yugoslavian, and this guy is US. And then we've got Celine Weburn. She was in the hotel. Okay. Last time we played, when we played Mission 1, which I took like 9 hours to play on the live stream. Really took my time the way I do with all of these. Oh, look, we've got a comment from Tom. He says, just in case you ever want to buy a paper in German, Zeitung, first part rhymes with sky. Zeitung. Oh my God, it's it's crazy that I mispronounced that, because Greg and I did a review of the liberation of Rietberg, and we pronounced it Reitberg. So first part rhymes with sky, but now I'm getting confused because Z-E-I-T you say is sky, and liberation of Reitberg is Rietberg. R-I-E is Riet. R-I-E is Riet, and E-I in German is I. So E-I, sky, I-E becomes Riet. Okay. Which I should know because my last name is R-E-I, and it's sky. It's Reichler. Okay, so thank you for that clarification. Tages Zeitberg. All right. And what was I? So to finish my thought, when I played Mission 1, the designers came by in the live stream and they were like, Mission 1 is a warm-up. Mission 2 is where it gets hard and good. So we're in for the long haul. We're going to take our time here. All right, so we've got a tough decision already because we can only go one of these red places and only two. It seems like this game's going to be over in a moment. We don't have many spaces to go here. But the police files might be nice. Any thoughts from the audience where you'd like to go? Austrian intelligence, Yugoslav intelligence. So the Yugoslav, okay, if you look at this map, I just want to show you for a second. If you look at this map, you can see here's the West, the NATO countries, right? There's Austria, the neutral country along with Switzerland. There's the USSR dominated countries around 1977. Now notice Yugoslavia is red, but not as red. So as I remember the history, they're not quite in completely. Right? They're not quite neutral, but there's some gray zone about how involved they are, how tied they are. But wow, we've got nothing else? Really? We've got nothing from our... We got this record. We're still in Europe because of that last message we got, Budapest, April, Porthos. But no one is telling us any information here. Murder of a Yugoslavian citizen. I mean, we could hit our red zone right now, right from the start. it would be a reasonable bet that if we're involved, that this murder of this guy, that maybe he was a foreign agent, and that our guy was killing him for our side, for the CIA or whatever, in which case his last reports would be useful to us. So let's start there. CIA activities in Taylor's last reports. It makes sense. We are working for the CIA. Let's look at our reports. Okay, so we're going to go to 204, especially since we've got the white zone is the place we can go to best. Okay, so I'm going to mark here that we're going to 204 white, and we're going to get card 204. And if you remember, as soon as you take the card, which I will put here for you to see, as soon as you take the card, you must check off the exposure. Okay, so it's white zone, exposure 1. So we have to go and check off an exposure in the white zone. 1 exposure. Okay? All right, now I want to remind you of something else. On some of these cards, when you flip it over, this doesn't look like it does flip over. This one doesn't flip over, so it's not relevant. Some of the cards that you flip over, there's like a little memory quiz that tells you to, that challenges you to remember something you read on the front. I just want to remind you that I had a little bit of an issue with that. If you get it wrong, you mark one of your endgame Men in Black boxes, so you bring the game to a faster end. I wanted to remind you that I wasn't thrilled with that rule, and that for these kinds of games, I'm inclined to occasionally bend the rules. So what I did with that, as I said, we're going to peek over and see if it has a quiz, and if it does, then we're going to study the front much more carefully. But I'm in these games to hear the story and the narration, so my memory's not that good. I'm not going to punish myself by losing a big chunk of the game because I can't remember. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. All right, let's look at this card we got. Let's make a note here. We're on read 204. Looks like there's quite a bit here. Hope you can see that okay. You can let me know if you can. Okay, it says, Husova 20, Prague, CIA safe house. The water dripping from the cracked faucet is driving you crazy. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. In the corridor, you're met with a clerk from the office in Prague. He gives you an envelope with documents provided by Evan Wright at the embassy. We met him before. The Vienna delegation's leader provided Taylor's transmission from the Schoengarten Hotel. So it tells us to get files 216 and 217. And then it gives us some puzzle fragments, which we will type into the laptop in a second. And then it gives us some further leads. Let's write those down. So it gives us puzzle, 3 puzzle fragments. That's nice. Okay, and then we've got 214 white, which is Finn Taylor's personnel file. Not personal file, personnel files. And then we've got 209 blue, which is an article mentioned in the report that we're about to read, I believe. In the Zeitung, from the Berliner Zeitung. Okay. All right, let's, this is our first time this game to work with the laptop. So let's go to the game website so you can see how this works if you don't remember. So there we are. Thanks for playing in mission 1. So let's start out with mission 2. Okay, so here we are in mission 2. And we've got 3 puzzle fragments. So we go to puzzles. All right. So there's only 1 puzzle for each word length. So the first one we've got is a 5-letter word. So we've got to find our 5-letter word. Those are these red circles. So that's a 6-letter word. There's our 5-letter word. Okay. So according to our thing here, it's green 4. So we bring this up to 4. Yellow 6. Yellow 6. And then we've got the letter R here. So that's the fragment that we've found so far. If you'll remember, when we played through it live, mission 1 on opening day, there was a little bug on the website that wouldn't let us save partial puzzles. Let's see if that's fixed. Yes, that's fixed now. So there's our partial puzzle. Okay. All right, let's do the next puzzle. Also, if you'll remember, these symbols up top, this 4, 6, if it's a 4-symbol puzzle, it's only for this mission. If it's a 5-symbol puzzle, it should continue between missions throughout the campaign. So this puzzle is only for this mission. Here's a 5-symbol puzzle that we partly got on mission 1 of the campaign. But let's see here. Our next word is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So is this our 8? I believe this is our 8. So it is our 8. If you look at this, let's see if I can show you this somewhere where you can see it. Okay, you can see that, right? Okay, so that's our second code. And you'll notice that the 5 green we already have, but then it's got a yellow 7 and a black 1. Well, we already have the black 1 as well, but now we've got a yellow 7. So it filled in a little bit of that puzzle. And then we do have some more letters here. We've got first letter is an O. And we've told that the third letter from the end is an E. Okay. All right. And to remind you, if we ever click save and it says we got it wrong, so far we're not taking any guesses, so it would just be enter it. So just so you know, I wouldn't actually penalize us. I'd say, what did we do wrong? Okay, we got that right. And then we've got another puzzle here. Our last puzzle is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, a 9-letter word. Okay, so let's find our 9-letter word here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so there's our 9-letter word. And what's new? Green 6, yellow 4. Okay, so we already had the green 6, but we didn't have the yellow 4. So let's put in our yellow 4. All right, and what have we got? Towards the end, 2, and then an E here, and a gap, and an E here. 2E, okay, that looks right. I'm going to click save, save correctly. Okay, so there's our 3 puzzles entered. All right, let's get our files. Files 216 and 217. There's 217 and 216. .216 and 217 are both one-page files. If you'll remember, they say what card you should have found them from, 204. In this case, it's not really a question, so... Alright, let's take a look. So these are the recordings that it said, remember, provided Taylor's transmissions from the Schonengarten Hotel. So these are transmissions by the guy who's being held for murder, who works for the U.S. Embassy. Alright, let's see what we got. Alright, so it's got a blue little headphone. That means we're going to be able to listen to this recording on this page. So we'll do that in a second. And then let's look at this. Okay. Request for permission to initiate operational field work. Record number. Start of the operation February 17th, 1977. Location Schonengarten Hotel, Innsbruck. Goal: contact with an informant. Retrieve intel material concerning Soud, S-O-U-D. See article in Berliner Zeitung. Reporting directly to Vienna delegation, Finn Taylor. 2:15, I grant permission. I set codename Ares. Evan Wright, head of CIA's Vienna delegacy. Okay, so we've got some good information here. So this looks like our this may be our guy who's being held, Finn Taylor. So he's basically asking for permission to conduct an operation to meet an informant at the hotel and get information. It's about SOUD. It's got a little internet signal here. I don't know if you can make that out. So we're going to look this up on the internet. First, we're going to listen to this and read it. Okay, so we're going to listen to this together. So we're going to go to the website again. Okay. We're going to go to recordings. We're going to put in the recording 216. Okay. Now I have to get my headset so I can hear it along with you. Hopefully all this technology works. This is why it's partly good why we're doing this stream, to sort of test all this. All right. I don't think... Oh, I see. Sorry. Good. We're running out of do this. All right, let's go back. I have to turn on the audio.
Ares, speak.
Ares, over.
Ares, speak.
I'm at the hotel, room number 11. Waiting for Mason, over and out. Ares, over.
Ares, speak.
Mason's at the dinner. Contact made. He's got a package from someone calling himself Porthos. Over. Ares, over.
Ares, speak.
In the evening, Jacques Laurent, Silver Scales, invited me for a drink. I didn't take up the contact.
Copy that. Over and out.
Ares, over.
Ares, speak.
Mason is in room 7. Pickup planned for 9:50 a.m. after breakfast. I repeat the question from yesterday. I saw her meeting with Scales.
No decision.
Over and out.
Copy that. Over and out.
All right, that's pretty cool. A little bit of flavor there. That's pretty fun. Okay, so we've got the transcript here. That's why I'm not going to obsess over parsing that audio recording. It's a very cool idea of the game to give you the flavor, to give you actual recordings. Very cool. Okay, but the details of it that are important are here. So this guy's running an operation. His boss said his code name is Ares. So that's him speaking. He's at the hotel, number 11, I guess room 11, waiting for Mason. Okay. So let's just write some notes of our transcript. So he's Finn Taylor is waiting for Mason, whoever that is, we don't know. This is on 2/17. When did our the death happened on February 19th? Okay. So this is a couple days before this guy apparently murdered someone. Okay. Then it's an hour later. Hour later, he says Mason is at the dinner. We don't know what this dinner is, but he's at the dinner, and he made contact with him. And Mason has package from our mysterious Porthos that we learned about in case 1, mission 1, that we don't know who that is or what that's about. Okay, now it's 11 p.m. He says, Jacques Laurent. Is he saying Jacques Laurent, whose code name is Silver Scales? Sounds like from the transcript that that's what it's saying. Invited him for a drink. He declined. Okay, and then 2:18, the next morning, he says, so the first contact was at room 11. Now he says Mason is in room 7. Pickup planned for 9:50. Now he says, I repeat the question from yesterday. I saw her meeting with Scales. So he had question about her and Scales. It makes you think it's that figure skating woman, doesn't it? That maybe she's a contact. And then they say no decision. So if we look at that, if we listen to that again.
Aries, over.
Aries, speak.
I'm at the hotel, room number 11. Waiting for Mason, over and out. Aries, over.
Aries, speak.
Mason's at the dinner. Contact made. He's got a package from someone calling himself Porthos. Over. Aries, over.
Aries, speak.
In the evening, Jacques Laurent, Silver Scales, invited me for a drink.
Okay.
I didn't take up the contact.
Copy that. Over and out.
I just wanted to confirm that he was
Aries,
really
over.
saying
Aries, speak.
that
Mason
he
is in
was
room
saying
7. Pickup planned for 9:50
that
a.m.
Silver
after
Scales
breakfast.
is the
I repeat the question
code
from
name
yesterday.
for Jacques.
I saw her
Laurent.
meeting with Scales.
No decision.
Over and out.
Copy that. Over and out.
All right. Do we know when this murder at the hotel was supposed to have taken place? Political undertones, doesn't really say. All right. So we know he was making contact. What does he say he wants to do? Oh, he gets information. All right, let's look up SOUD and see if we can learn something about that. So do you think that that's a real newspaper? I guess I might as well show you what's happening here. I'm not getting anything for SOUD. It's letting us search for it, but we don't know. Let's see if we can use spy, Cold War. Does that help us find anything? Concerning Saud. Okay, so Google was auto-correcting for us. But if we actually tell it no, we did mean S-O-U-D. We've got a little page here. It says, Communication Information and the 6th Directorate of Russian Military Intelligence, GRU, the facility supplies feed to the Soviet SOUD information system, the Integrated Information Assessment System. Any more reference of sound? No. Okay, so, but if we search for this phrase, SOUD, got some nice pictures. Still got our same thing. So, signal intelligence gathering facility from the Soviet SOUD. Okay. So, not super clear what it is, but the game is telling us that if we want more information, we could look at this article about it. And that was one of our leads we could follow, right, was to look at the international newspapers about the case. I'm not convinced that that's worth our time. 211 blue. Is that this? Yes, okay. And were there are leads on this one here? Oh, there's the article in the Zeitung that was mentioned in the report. Okay. 209 blue. Okay. So we don't know who this person is he's meeting. We know, though, that the package is from Porthos, who we really care about. Mason. We don't know his real name. We don't know what actually happened in the murder. Well, we don't even know that it was a murder. We just know this guy's held. And we weren't even given an assignment this mission. In the previous mission, we were told, go find out what's going on with this guy. In this mission, we weren't even given an assignment. We just got this report. We got that code phrase that told us to check, solve. Okay. So they're asking us to solve this mystery of what happened. Well, that helps to know that they want us to sort of figure out what's going on here. Any requests from the audience about what we should be doing? So we looked at his reports. for White. We haven't looked at his personnel files. Not inclined to do that. I'm not inclined to look up this report on SUOUD. It feels like it's almost like a MacGuffin, like whatever this is, it's information from the Soviet Union, the USSR, that our guys wanted. So I feel like knowing the details of what they wanted is not the best use of our time. His personnel files. The article mentioned in the report. Okay, those don't seem that interesting to me. Austrian intelligence activities or Yugoslav intelligence activities. Or the police file to tell us what happened. I'm kind of inclined to look at the police files so we can find out what exactly happened. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to the police files. That's 207 White. So I'm crossing a white. And we're going to look off. I'm going to start marking on all these things. I mean, once we've marked some of these, might as well mark them all, right? Okay, request a copy of the police files in the murder case 207. All right. Let's take a look together. So, sorry, I shouldn't have checked this off. I shouldn't have checked off this white zone yet. You don't check it off for following a lead. You go to the lead and it tells you how many check boxes you check off. Could be more than one. All right, let's see what we got here. Sova 20 Prague, CIA safe house. The phone in the room is ringing. Again. Glenn Crisby, a representative of the U.S. Embassy in Prague, invites you to an official dinner at the embassy. Is this what we're supposed to be reading? 207. Okay. Invites you to an official dinner at the embassy on the occasion of the anniversary of the first publication of Mark Twain's novel, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. In the evening, the snow falls slowly behind the safe house's dirty windows. You put on a warm coat, take a taxi, and go to the embassy. All right, so is this going to be a little quiz on the front? No, so we're just going to turn it over. After a short ceremony and a reading of the first chapter of the novel, guests move on to conversations and a lavish dinner. One of the waiters accidentally spills wine across your jacket, and you get up to go to the restroom. An embassy employee is waiting for you as you enter and hands you a folder with photocopies of the case files. You hide the files under your jacket, leave the restroom, motion goodbye to the guests with your stained jacket, and return to the safe house. File 202, and we've got a bunch more leads. Okay, this is going to be fun because we've got one of these special things. All right, so 207 is our new card. All right, it gives us file 202. I'd love to hear in the channel, if anyone is watching, how bad the air conditioner noise is. Okay, file 202, which we're going to get in a second, and then we've got some leads. We've got 201 White. White, which is CIA files on hotel guests. That would be kind of nice. That might tell us who these people are who Laurent was, that was trying to meet with him. Okay. Although we're running out of whites. Okay, now look what it says here. Can you see this? It says, if the team wrote, Inspector Kincaid has been recruited into the CIA in the campaign journal, reach out to Inspector Kinwald and ask for his help in contacting Finn Taylor. So, oh, sorry. There's two different things here. Are there? It looks like 3 bullet points. All right, it's not. It's just 2 bullet points. Okay, so if we've marked that, then we can reach out and go to 202 White, which is Kincaid helps talk to Finn Taylor, which we would obviously love to do, to talk to Finn Taylor. And the question is, did we write that down? And if you'll remember, we did. So let's get out our campaign, which we wrote down separately. But if you look at our files from Mission 1, one of the files was a campaign log. See if I can find it here. And we wrote down 2 things. These were things that the game told us to write down at various points. Recruited Kinwald into the CIA. That was something we did, if you'll remember, in Mission 1. So we do have access to this special clue. We also wrote down that the embassy, FRG embassy, has our eternal gratitude, which is not important yet. All right. So you can bet we're doing that clue. But first, let's get file 202. Okay, and we can put this one away. So it's just a little scene of how we got information handed to us. Someone spilled deliberately wine on our jacket. We went to the bathroom. We got handed over the files. These are files about the arrest, I guess. Okay, so 202. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it's a 3-page file. Okay, 202 is a 3-page file. I'm going to move this one off. Let's take a look at file 202. Look at that. Look how nice that is. Okay. So big file. This is sort of where this game shines, right? In sort of giving you these... Detective Modern Board Game did this too. Some online files and some physical files. But if you like this kind of thing, if you like feeling like you're a real detective searching through data, this is pretty... it's pretty fun to get these big files. Okay, what we've got here is we've got police files, so let's take a look at them. Lead investigator, Franz Pischler, inspector with the Criminal Investigation Department of the Innsbruck Police. Description of events. Guess we're going to need this here. Okay, 202 is police report. Okay, at 10:06, the officer on duty received a call from the Schonengarten Hotel about an accident involving 2 of the hotel guests. This is February 19th. The whole transcript happened the previous... Where do we put this? So the transcript of this whole thing happened at 2:17. Then in 2:18, he sees... he asks the question about, he says, I repeat the question about this woman. I saw her meeting with Scales. What do you want me to do? No decision. So that was on the 18th, the morning of the 18th. So the death happened on the 19th, the next day. All right, 10:06 a.m. Ambulance and police cars arrived at the scene. 10:28, a paramedic pronounced Tomislav Jovanovic dead. The cause of death was diffuse internal injuries due to a fall onto rocky terrain. An injured Finn Taylor was medicated with an abdominal wound and was treated by the paramedics. So our guy was injured. On the basis of descriptions from witnesses who saw Finn Taylor entering Jovanovic's room, he was arrested on a presumptive charge of murder, taken into custody and transported to Innsbruck. Among Finn Taylor's possessions, the crime scene technicians recovered a mini camera and small firearms. Taylor was identified as blank, redacted. On the basis of directive, blank took over the evidence and the copies of case documents. Okay, so maybe they think they've realized he's a spy. Okay, more description of events. February 18th, around 9:50 a.m., Finn Taylor and Tomislav Jovanovic met in room 7 at the Schonengarten Hotel in Innsbruck. A fight ensued between the two men. In effect, Jovanovic stabbed Taylor in the abdomen with a knife, and Taylor pushed him off the balcony to the rocks below. Jovanovic's falling screams were heard by Redacted, who was the first one to get Jovanovic and tell the hotel's owner to call both an ambulance and the police. Get to Jovanovic. Jovanovic died as a result of his fall, and an injured Taylor was found in the victim's room. Taylor's actions might be related to his Redacted. After being questioned in the hotel, he was transported to custody. His questioning will be continued by Redacted, so the intelligence services. Okay, so he says Finn Taylor and Tomislav met in room 7. What does our transcript say? It says on the 18th, Mason was in room 7. Pickup planned for 9:50 a.m., which is exactly when this happened, according to this report. So the planned pickup is when the fight ensued. So I'm just going to put C file 202. And I'm going to put C file 216. So we think Mason is Jovanovic. Mason is the guy Tomislav. So we think that that's his informant. Pickup planned. Okay. Let's look at the next page. Summary of statements. Okay, so Antonio Barzagli says, the guest left the hotel before he could be questioned. Whereabouts unknown, search launched. Okay, so we don't know who this is. Celine Weburn, this is the skating star. She stated that between 9:30 a.m. and 10 a.m. she was in her room and heard screams from Jovanovic's room and indications of a fight. After giving a statement, she was picked up from the hotel by the Czechoslovakian Figure Skating Federation. Current whereabouts unknown. Suspicious. Jacques Laurent, this is the person mentioned by our guy. He stated that he heard Taylor and Jovanovic arguing. He was packing, so he didn't see or hear anything else. After interrogation, he took a train to Vienna. So in the transcript, our guy says what? In the evening, Jacques Laurent, whose codename is Silver Scales, invited me for a drink. I didn't take up the contact. That sounds like he's a foreign agent. Okay. Edulun Alton. The guest left the hotel before he could be questioned. Whereabouts unknown. Search launched. Don't know who that is. Louise Roth, the hotel's owner. She stated that when she was coming back after cleaning room 10 around 9:55, she saw Celine Weburn in the corridor going into her room. When she went downstairs, she heard someone screaming to call the police and an ambulance. Don't know why that's redacted. Rado Dridic. He was staying in a room on the first floor, didn't know anything about the incident. He was at the hotel on vacation and is a skiing buff. and then a whole bunch of redacted, which looks like someone's name is redacted. So maybe a known spy. Documentation verified by so-and-so, redacted. So someone else at the hotel whose name's been redacted because they're working for some service. The only thing really suspicious here, right, is maybe Celine. She's saying she heard some screaming from the rooms, and then the owner says she saw Celine right around this time going into her room. It's like, where was she coming from? And 9:55, if all this happened before that. A little suspicious. Okay, and here's the plan for the hotel, the floor plan. Okay, so there's room 1, there's our redacted name. Louise Rath claimed room 10, so that was presumably empty around this time. Rado Dridic is on the first floor. There's his room, room 4. There's Jacques Laurent's room. Room 11 is going to be our guy's room. We know that from his report. Room 7 is the room he was, where Mason is, that our transcript said he was pickup planned. Look, Celine is right next door. Can you guys see that okay? Celine is right next door, room 7. Very fishy. Jacques Laurent is the guy that tried to meet up with our guy, so he might be a spy, but he's not redacted. This guy's room, the redacted one, is room 1, probably. So she's very suspicious. Jacques Laurent is a little suspicious. But what's the deal with this person here? Pickup plan for 9:50. Mason at the dinner, contact made. He's got a package from someone calling himself Porthos. So could this be Porthos? Like Mason is handed something by someone. Okay. So we got a couple of interesting people at this hotel. All right. That was our police report. And now we've got some interesting leads. Okay, so we can get files on the hotel guests, which is tempting. But let's talk to Kincaid, the guy who now works for the CIA, who's Vienna police detective, and see if he can get us some information from Finn Taylor. So 202 White is the thing I'm going to look at next. 202 White. Okay, so what's really nice here, if you look at it, is that it is 0 exposure. I think what's the best place to put it so I can actually read it. All right, so 0 exposure, so we don't have to check anything. Hostova 20 Prague, CIA safe house. You dial Inspector Kinwald's number. Hello, Inspector. There's been an arrest at Innsbruck. His name is Finn Taylor, an American citizen murderer and spy. It's a notorious case if it's reached as far as Vienna. Someone's setting him up. We need information about what happened. Who's setting him up? Our secret intelligence? We need help and more information. Our intelligence found and secured something on Jovanovic. Your man ended up being stabbed in the stomach. Apparently, he really wanted to get this thing. He's silent for a moment, then he continues. If I'm supposed to give you anything more, I need two things from you. Time and assurance that we're on the same side. You've got both of them. I'll wait for you to get in touch. All right, let's see if there's a quiz. No quiz. Let's turn it over. Later, the phone rings. In the receiver, you hear Kinwald's voice. All case files have been secured by the intelligence services. I've only managed to get a transcription of Taylor's meeting with his lawyer, a young public defender fresh out of school. He said that Taylor was behaving strangely and refused to talk. They assigned a novice to such an important case? Yeah, they're short on experienced lawyers willing to defend an exposed foreign spy suspected of murdering a Yugoslav scientist. Okay, he was a scientist. Kinwald doesn't bother to hide his sarcasm. It was their only meeting. The intelligence services took Taylor and hid him somewhere deep. We need to cease contact. Sniffing around a case where the secret services are involved exposes us too much. Okay, and then I can see here, there's actually some transcription of Finn Taylor's conversation with Mark. I guess this is file 213, so we're going to get this now. 202 wasn't the oh, this is file 202. And then lead 202. Lead 202 gives us file 213. Okay. So let's get file 213. Okay, here's file 213, which is the transcript. Okay. Oh, and we can listen to it. All right. Transcription of Finn Taylor's conversation with Martin Hawk, who's his public defender, on 218. 218 or 219? We should be looking at this errata sheet too. Did we get 207? Whoa, we did get 207. So, before we listen to this, let's check out the errata for this. Okay, let's go to the website. And let's look up the errata for 207. Bastian Meyer, German official from the Ministry of Home Affairs of the GDR, should be GSG 9. Oh, I wonder if that's file. Oh, sorry, that's file 207, not lead 207. It's a little confusing. Okay, so that's not relevant for us. That's not file 207. All right, let's listen. Oh, look at that. Let's listen to this transcript.
Hello, my name is Martin Hocke and I've been assigned to your case. Mr. Taylor, we have to establish what happened in the hotel.
We have nothing to talk about.
Mr. Taylor, you're accused of murdering Mr. Jovanovic and spying on Austrian territory. You're in serious trouble, so please tell me what happened in Schönergarten.
My name is Finn Taylor. I'm an American, and I know nothing about the case. I went to go for a walk, but it was about to rain. The sparrows were flying low, and my plan was ruined.
Please stop hitting the table. You were found with a serious stab wound to your abdomen in the victim's room. Did you have an argument? Did it go too far? Did you push Jovanovic out? I'm here to help.
I refuse to testify. Find the Austrian who discovered the body. I've got nothing. I didn't get there on time. He did.
Am I to understand that you're not going to cooperate? Please stop hitting that table. Please, leave my...
Well, that tapping sounded like maybe Morse code or something. Shall we listen to it again?
Hello, my name is Martin Hocke and I've been assigned to your case. Mr. Taylor, we have to establish what happened in the hotel.
We have nothing to talk about.
Mr. Taylor, you're accused of murdering Mr. Jovanovic and spying on Austrian territory. You're in serious trouble, so please tell me what happened in Schönergarten.
My name is Finn Taylor. I'm an American, and I know nothing about the case. I went to go for a walk, but it was about to rain. The sparrows were flying low, and my plan was ruined.
Please stop hitting the table. You were found with a serious stab wound to your abdomen in the victim's room. Did you have an argument? Did it go too far? Did you push Jovanovic out? I'm here to help.
I refuse to testify. Find the Austrian who discovered the body. I've got nothing. I didn't get there on time. He did.
Am I to understand that you're not going to cooperate? Please stop hitting that table. Please, leave my...
Well, that was not so obvious what was going on there. Let's take a look at it. I did a little transcription of his banging on the table. Let's see what we got to work with here. Let's go down. All right, so here's the transcript. He's talking to his lawyer. In the background, there are sounds of someone hitting the table. In the background, there are sounds of someone hitting the table. Tap with the finger, smash with the palm, tap with the finger. So, tap with the finger, smash with the palm, tap with the finger. If we think this is Morse code. Tap, smash, tap. Sounds like what they're saying. Now, I didn't really pick up the difference. Like, I wrote down when it was like 1, 2 or 1, 2, 3. But I couldn't tell the difference between a tap and a smash. But maybe we have to look. Oh, look, the transcript says it. Tap with the finger, smash with the palm. You're accused of doing the spy. He says tap, smash with the palm. I'm writing that as a dash. He says Finn Taylor, he's an investigator. And he says it was about to rain. Sparrows were flying low, and my plan was... So sparrows were flying low. That's a weird thing to say. Okay, then it says tap with a finger, pause, smash with palm, tap with finger. Please stop hitting the table. You were found with a serious stab wound. Did you have an argument? Did it go too far? Did you push Jovanovic out? I'm here to help. Smash with palm, tap with finger, smash with palm, tap with finger. I refuse to testify. Find the Austrian who found the body. Find the Austrian who found the body. So he's saying it's the person who found the body. I've got nothing. I didn't get there on time. He did. Okay, so he's saying he didn't make it to this meetup, but someone got there first and is responsible. Tap with the finger, tap with the finger. You might understand that you're not going to cooperate. Please stop hitting that table. Tap with finger, smash with palm. Then the door opens. The unknown voice, someone comes in and says, we're taking him. End of conversation. And our guy was saying, please leave my, but I think he was going to say client or whatever. Okay, so we've got some Morse code, possibly. Just going to transcribe this here. File 213. We have dot, dash, dot, dash, dash, dot, dash, dot, dash, dot, dash, dot, dot, dash. Okay. Now, this is a little bit tricky because the game tells you when you're allowed to use the internet, but it also tells you that having some familiarity with codes and encryption could be useful. So I wouldn't feel bad about checking the internet for Morse code. I probably have it in a book. Well, I do have it in a book in the house on codes, but not in this room. So I think we're going to go online and look for Morse code with the understanding that maybe the game will let us look it up at some point. Let's see what we got. Okay. Let's look at it and see if we can make sense out of this. See if this is. So dot dash dot is an R. Try to write this better. Is an R. Dot dash is an A. A dash by itself is a T. Two dots is an I. Dash dot is an N. Dash dot dash dot. Dash dot dot is a C. Dot dot is an I. Dot dash is an A. Rat in CIA. Okay, so it spells rat in CIA. Okay, so he was giving Morse code in his interview saying there's a rat in the CIA. Now, we just assume that the taps were dots and the hands were dashes. That's sort of just made intuitive sense, but probably if we wanted to be sure, we might change the dashes for dots, and that would be dash dot dash. Is that anything? That's a K. The next letter would be dash dot. I mean, obviously it's rat in CIA, but that would be an N. Yeah, that doesn't make it. Let's just do it. Then a dot by itself would be E. Two dashes would be M. Dot dash would be an A. No, that doesn't make anything. Okay, so rat in CIA. Well, I would have preferred that if he gave us a name. But he's basically saying someone alerted the authorities. Who was the guy that approved his meeting? Like, I'm suspicious of that guy. Where was his report and his guy that okayed this whole mission? Evan Wright, head of CIA, Vienna. I mean, he is a little bit fishy. He was involved in Mission 1 too. Like, if we get the chance to track down Evan Wright, I wouldn't be disinclined to do that. Okay, but he has told us, he says, find the Austrian who found the body. Find the Austrian who found the body. If we look at our police report again, well, Celine Weburn isn't Austrian. She's Czech. Louise Rath, the hotel owner, says she saw Celine Weburn in the corridor going to a room. She heard screaming to call the police and ambulance. Got a bunch of people who left. We've got Jacques Laurent. Okay. Rat in CIA. All right. Now what have we got left? So we did 202 White. That was to talk to Kinwald. We did 204. We've barely done anything though. We've got a lot of stuff. Did we go to 207? I thought we did. Yes. Okay. So we also looked at the police reports. All right. So there's our 204, 207, and 202. Where is that? And 204, 207, 202. Okay. So those are the three we did. Those are the three leads we followed. All right, so our options now are to look at the CIA files on the hotel guests, which are got from this card here. Okay, so we can look at the CIA files on the hotel guests. That might tell us that Celine Weburn, the Czech skater, is a spy. Might tell us whether she's spying for us or for the USSR. It might also give us the name of that redacted person who could be Porthos. So that is tempting. It would tell us which of these people is bad news. That's quite tempting. We could look at Finn Taylor's personnel files. That seems totally useless to us. I mean, maybe it's got some information on his contacts, but I don't think so. The article about SOUD seems like probably we could do without that. Then we've got our two red locations, the Yugoslav Intelligence Agency or the Austrian Intelligence Agency. Or 211, which was the look through the international newspapers for information related to the case. Yeah, I mean, those don't sound that compelling to me. The one that sounds most compelling to me is the CIA files on the hotel guests, which is here or here. All right, well, that's probably as good. It's been 2 hours, a good place as any to take a 10-minute break, come back, and we'll check out these hotel guests. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. Let's see if we can do this properly. Okay, we're back. You're watching Club for Two. We're in the middle of Mission 2 of Vienna Connection. When we left off, we were about to ask the CIA for their report on the hotel guests. So let's do that. 201 in the white zone. Oh boy. Ton of files. I guess it's going to be a file for each person in that hotel. That's pretty awesome. All right, let's take a look at what we got here. Okay, exposure +1. So we've got to mark one more white exposure. We are almost out of I'm almost now worried that the police report is going to be redundant with this report. But let's see what we got. Sova 20 Prague CIA Safe House. In our country, it is not forbidden to think differently from the majority. We regard the comrades who come out with well-founded criticism, who strive to help the cause, as critics in good faith. We are grateful to them. Those who criticize erroneously we regard as erring people. The radio transmission of Leonid Brezhnev's speech is drowned out by the ring of the phone. On the other end of the call, you hear Robert Crane from the Vienna delegation. They managed to verify the list of the hotel guests. The room is soon filled by the sound of the fax regurgitating its documents. Okay, put on the back here. All right. So we've got lots of files to retrieve here. 207, 208, 209, 211, 221. All right, let's get out these files. 207, 208, 209, 211, 212, and 221. I mean, if you're in this game for these documents, that's pretty satisfying. But now we're gonna get overloaded with information here. All right, let's take a look at these people in the hotel. Okay. Let's look at it together. Here's Celine Weber, identified as Natalia Peskova. Name and surname were changed in 1965. There she is. Born in Ostrava, Czechoslovakia. Father worked at Atomic Power Station in Kazan. Mother is a Czech gymnast. She's a figure skater. 1955, they moved to Kazan. No data until 1965. 1965, she moved to Prague thanks to scholarship program. She wins some skating competitions. She moves to West Berlin. She married Bastian Meyer, a German official from the Ministry of Home Affairs of the GDR. Meyer was shot during a walk in the park in unclear circumstances. After the funeral, she returned to Prague. 1976, during the Olympics in Innsbruck, she was injured and didn't participate in competition. Suspected of being a member of the Soviet Sparrows program. Note by the leading officer. Sparrows. Remember what he said in his transcript. He said, this is our guy. I wanted to go for a walk, but it was about to rain. Sparrows were flying low, and my plan was ruined. So that seems to confirm our suspicions that he recognized her, and he asked the Home Office if he could kill her or what they wanted to do about her, and they said, stand by. They didn't give him instructions. All right, Soviet Sparrows program. Now, it says we can look it up. Now, you remember the movie, recent movie called Sparrow, I believe, with the famous actress playing a Russian spy. So let's look that up. Sparrow, I believe, was the movie. Red Sparrow. Okay, so there we go. Red Sparrow, 2018 American spy thriller film based on the novel Jennifer Lawrence, right? Okay. So this was a program to train women to be spies, and I guess it's based on a real thing, which I guess we could look up. Russian Cold War Sparrows. Red Sparrow used to be an actual phenomenon during the Cold War. So basically, women trained to be spies and use sex to connect up with their targets and murder them, assassinate them at some point. Using seduction instead of computers to lure diplomats and businessmen into divulging sensitive information or blackmailing them outright. Okay, so blackmail, let's get rid of this. Blackmail or assassination. So she might be in Sparrow program. That would make sense. It certainly looks like she was involved in spycraft. After the events at Schottengarten on February 18th, Webern got into a car of the Czech Sports Committee and was driven to the Czech embassy in Vienna, from which she's supposed to leave for Prague. So it gives us a puzzle fragment. I guess we got to start writing this down. So we followed 201. So we want to write down 201. Gave us files 207, 208, 209, 211, 212, 221. If you'll remember, file 207 had an errata, which is this file here. It's just an errata about this thing, but let's go look at it together. Doesn't look important. Bastian Meyer, German official from the Ministry of Home Affairs of the GDR, should be for GSG 9. That was her husband that she married. In 1970, she married Bastian Meyer, German official from the Ministry of Home Affairs. Should be for GS9. I think it's just saying that he didn't work for the Ministry of Home Affairs, but he worked for GSG9. I'm just going to write it in here. I don't think it's important, but errata for GSG9. I think it's just giving us a different, that he worked for a spy agency. I think it's what it's basically just saying. Okay, and then we got, so 207, file 207 gave us a puzzle. Let's enter that puzzle while we're here. Okay, it's a 6-letter puzzle. So let's find our 6-letter puzzle. There it is. We've not seen it before. Yellow 1, blue 3. It's got an O. Be careful, agent. I'm reading the bottom. In this mission, there are 2 puzzles with the same number of the letters. Stay focused. Well, if it's got the same number of letters, how are we supposed to... That's a very weird thing. Well, that's a 6 letter, but that's a 5 symbol one. Here's our same one. I think it's just not saving it. So I think this has got to be our thing. O A. The only option would be, all right, sorry, before I enter here, let's go look at the other 6-letter thing. So here's the other 6-letter thing. We know this can't be the same as the puzzle we just found, because the puzzle we just found has a yellow 1 and a last letter of A. So we know that it has to be this one. Okay. So yellow 1, blue 3, O, A. And if you'll remember, these are guessable. The letters are, at least. So we're going to save it. Okay. These are guessable, the letters. It's not clear to me. The rules are not clear. The instructions aren't clear. That if you guess, the letters can be guessed. The symbols, I don't think they can be guessed. I don't think there's any logic to them. They're just ways of telling you when you found everything. But the game isn't clear. You get different endings based on solving all the puzzles. Logic tells you that if you could guess the word, that would get you the reward, even if you haven't filled in the numbers. But I'm not sure if that's true. Okay, any clue as to what that word is? No. Okay, we looked up the sparrows. Okay, so she is a spy. Now remember, we've got an operation we can conduct that lets us interview her under the auspices of being a newspaper person. But, like, I'm not sure how that helps us. Like, if she's deep spy sparrow, we get an interview with her, and so what? She's like, I'm not telling you anything. So that one does not seem very appealing to me. Dare the Austrian press to interview the arrested American. That doesn't sound that good either. He's already given us Morse code. But I guess that might work to get an interview with him, and he might reveal some information. But he was saying that he got there late. But who stabbed him? He didn't tell us. That's weird. Okay. Let's move on to the next file. Let's see who we got. Jacques Laurent. Okay, this is interesting. Look at this. Jacques Laurent, look what it says here. Wears a signet ring with a scales symbol. If you'll remember, in case 1, mission 1, we followed the woman prosecutor, the Vienna prosecutor's office, and she surreptitiously met with someone in a restaurant and handed them over documents. And the guy she met had a silver lapel pin of scales being balanced. So, like, this guy, that's the same organization, same guy, or same organization? So, signet ring with a scale symbol. I believe that other guy was blonde. I know he was elegantly dressed. But let's look at our files from from mission 1. It was actually not, it was actually a file, not a lead card. So let's look at mission 1. Let's look at when we followed her. Give you a look at this with me. So we followed her. Okay. From the observation of Prosecutor Claudia Lynn. So she leaves. She goes into a restaurant. She sits at a table. Waiter brings 2 coffees. After 10 minutes, a man dressed in a black coat, elegant pants and shoes, and a hat walks into the cafe. He holds a black briefcase. He sits at Lynn's table. It seems that they know each other. He drinks his coffee, doesn't take off his coat or hat. Okay, his face is barely visible. He's in his 50s. Okay, he's in his 50s. Silver pen in the shape of a balance scale is pinned to his jacket lapel. The man puts him in his briefcase. He goes to the restroom and he leaves. Okay, so this guy was born in 41. That only makes him 36. So I guess that's not the same guy. But that's very fishy. So file 208 is Jacques Laurent. He has the scale signet ring, but too young to be Claudia Lynn's contact. Okay, so maybe in the same organization. Okay, so he's a journalist. Observation began after the events at the hotel. Subject left the police station in Innsbruck, checked in at the Central Hotel. Next morning, left the Central Hotel, went to the train station, took a train to Vienna. Information was passed over to the Vienna unit. At 4:40, the train arrived in Vienna. The subject wasn't observed among the passengers. Okay, here's a little note here. Data collected by the analysis of articles of the object written for La Vie de la Europe. Possible context within the RAF. That's the terrorist organization. He interviewed Brigitte Monhaupt in 1976. These are little notes left by our CIA people. Okay, so if you'll remember, Brigitte Monhaupt was the boss of Maria Einhart, the terrorist suspect that was involved in our mission 1 that we caught at the end. So Brigitte is her boss, and this guy's been seen talking to her boss. So this guy may be involved in RAF terrorist stuff. Did he get involved in the murder, pushing this guy off the thing? It doesn't seem like it. But maybe he's got some information. Left the hotel, went to the train station, took a train to Vienna. That's weird. Look at that. He took a train to Vienna in the morning, but then at 4:40 the train arrived and he wasn't observed among the passengers. What does that mean? He lost the tail, I guess is what it means. All right, let's go to our next file here. I'm hoping we'll get the redacted person. So far, these are all people that we knew about in the hotel. Okay, here's a guy, Antonio Barzagli. He's an Italian citizen. Owner of a chain of tailor shops. Due to press reports on possible contact with Brigitte Rossi. Who's that? Observation conducted since May due to press reports with Brigitte Rossi. I don't know who that is. Lead agent Mark Robinson, home delegation. Sorry, this is file 209. File 209. I'm just going to put who is Brigit Rossi. That almost sounds like not a person. Oh, the Red Brigade. It's going to be another terrorist organization. Something like that. I don't think there's anyone in the chat. Oh, so I was just, I see. Duke of Zill just found the stream now. Mission too exciting. No yellow zones. Wow, feels like the whole mission will be over in fewer than 10 leads. I agree. It seems very low. It seems very low. I agree. But we're stretching it out. I'm stretching it out as long as I can. All right, so Brigit Rossi. So it looks like everyone at that hotel is somehow up to something nefarious. 2 trips to Turkey, 5 days each. They couldn't follow him. Port documentation gives the exporter's name as Ayudulin Alton. Okay, that was someone else at the hotel, right? He hasn't come up in observations, so I believe that was someone else at the hotel. Yeah, so if you look, there's Antonio Barzagli, and here's Ayudolin Alton, the person that the exporter that he's working with. So maybe they're just meeting in this hotel to finish up their business. Maybe it has nothing to do with anything or everything to do. We don't know. Okay, but that's it on him. And here's the person, the exporter. Subject left the hotel before police arrived. No data. Okay. We got nothing on him. 211. So 211 and 209. We know these guys are friends, or they know each other from business. All right, are we finally going to get someone that's been the redacted person? No. Okay, here's the document on Tomislav Jovanovic. This is the guy that was pushed out the window. Let's see what we got of him. Degree in political science, analysis of capitalistic systems and relations between socialist and capitalist countries. Remember, we think this guy was the American Spies contact, and he was supposed to give our guy Flynn some information after he got it handed off to him. So he was working for us undercover. Okay, graduated from University of Belgrade, PhD in Belgrade. Assigned as Joseph Tito's advisor. Academic career. So here he was recruited. Here's the details. First contacted in 1961 during a conference. Helped identify a KGB agent. Recruited as an operational contact during Operation White Whale by Finn Taylor. That's our guy. Operation codename Mason. Exactly what we surmised. So that's Mason. That's the guy who got killed. So our American is being held for his murder, but our guy didn't do it, obviously. In 1907, he gave the delegation 267 pages of plans concerning the political direction of the League of Communists of Yugoslavia. Okay. Our guy tapped out a message saying there's a rat in the CIA. So it seems like our guy went to meet Tomislav to get information. Our guy's report says it was given to him by Porthos, which we've heard of before. We don't know what it was. And then someone showed up in this guy's room to kill him and steal that information, possibly. Okay, here's Rado Dridic. So no information on the redacted person, as I was hoping. But let's see if this guy is interesting. 30 years old. Observation began after events at our hotel. Subject came out of the police station in Innsbruck, sat in the passenger seat of a beige Mercedes, parked in front of the police station. I'll just mark that in case that comes up again. The car parked in front of the Yugoslav embassy, subject one inside, identifies potential functionary of State Security Service, SDB, lack of clear information, but we did get another puzzle piece. All right, so file S221, sorry, just file 221, which has a puzzle piece, which we're going to enter in. But if you remember, when we got our hospital report, there was some redacted guest that I was really hoping we were going to get information about, and we didn't. All right, let's put in this puzzle together. So it's a 5-letter puzzle. Okay, it's a blue 2, a red 3. So we finished the numeric part. And there's an A here. Well, this is weird. This puzzle system is very odd in understanding the rationale behind its design. So the numbers seem completely arbitrary, and I assumed it was a way of tracking when you had gotten all the different pieces of the puzzle to guarantee that you got all the letters. But this is obviously saying that's not the case, since we've got all the numbers, but we've still only got 2 letters. I suppose that logic might still hold if we're only ever going to get those 2 letters, and it's saying this has to be all you'll ever get of this 5-letter word starting with RA. It doesn't jump out to me as what it means, though. All right, well, let's save it. Okay. It's a 4-symbol puzzle, which means we must get it right by the end of this mission. We won't get more chance for it. All right, well, I wish I could say that those files were more useful. They gave us a couple puzzles and they confirmed information, but everyone here seems to me like they're involved in no good, except our guy, except our contact. Okay. What do we have left? We've got a red lead in Yugoslav intelligence and a red lead in Austrian intelligence. We've got a blue lead about newspapers, which wasn't very fascinating. And we've got 1 blue, 2 reds, another blue, the article mentioned in the report about SOUD organization. We've got his personnel files, our guy's personnel files, which seem not that interesting. We don't have that many leads here. So here's what I'm inclined to do. I'm inclined to go to one of the red leads and then possibly use this Operation Yo-Yo to divert the next red lead to one of these places we don't care so much about, so that we can do both of these red leads. That seems like maybe the best use of our time. Neither of these blues seem particularly interesting. They're both articles in the newspaper. It's hard with this game to know when a lead is going to be interesting, but I suppose if we read a newspaper, it might tell us more about someone involved. Now, talking to Celine Weburn, could, if we think she's the person who killed this guy, then maybe any contact with her would be good. All right. So I think we're going to hit one of the reds now. We're either going to talk to Austrian intelligence services or Yugoslav intelligence services. The case for Yugoslav intelligence services would be well, let's see for a second. So our guy, when he's leaving and when he's being not interrogated but interviewed by his lawyer, he says a couple of interesting things, right? He says, sparrows were flying low, my plan was ruined. Okay, so that's implicating Celine, the skating person. But then he says, find the Austrian who found the body. I've got nothing. I didn't get there on time. He did. Okay. Now, she's not Austrian. Did the police report tell us who found the body? I think it did. Where's the police report again? I want to look at that again. So the police report was 3 pages. Let's look at this again together. Ambulance comes. He's fallen out of his hotel room. Our guy was stabbed. And then they arrested our guy, Flynn Taylor. They find him with spy stuff and they arrest him. They met in room 7. A fight ensued. But we know that's not right. We think someone got there first. It says Jonovic stabbed Taylor, but I don't think that's true. Okay. Jonovic's falling screams were heard by Redacted, who was the first one to get to Jovanovic and tell the hotel's owner to call both an ambulance and the police. Jovanovic died as a result of his fall, and an injured Taylor was found in the victim's room. This questioning will be continued. Okay. Statements by witnesses. Barzagli leaves. Celine says she was in her room, she heard the screams. She gave a statement. She was picked up by Czech Skating Federation. Jacques says he heard them arguing. He was packing. He didn't see anything. Then he takes a train. Alton says he leaves. Okay, so listen to the statement by the hotel owner. She stated when she was coming back after cleaning room 10, she saw Celine Weburn in the corridor going to her room. So let's look at room 10 again. Okay. So she's cleaning room 10, the owner. She's coming back. And she sees Celine going into her room. She goes downstairs. She hears someone screaming to call the police. Okay, so notice the person screaming is redacted. Right? So it's not Celine. Because Celine is quoted in all this. So who is this? Who is screaming to call the police? Because our other clue from the transcript is the guy says, Find the Austrian who found the body. So who is that if it's not one of these people? We've got one person who's a guest who's redacted in room 1. Who could be this person here? How do we get that person's name? How do we find out who that is? Do the operations count as using leads? Is a question that Duke of Zil has asked. Well, in a sense, because of the way this game works, I mean, the answer is no, but the other answer is it doesn't matter, because in this game, you don't mark boxes when you follow a lead. You mark boxes when the lead tells you to check exposure in a zone. So you don't really care how many leads you go to. You only care about the exposure boxes that the game tells you. So it is possible that when we do an operation and we turn it over, it could say check some boxes, in which case it would count down our clock. So the answer to your question is technically it doesn't count as using a lead, but it could cause exposure. So far it hasn't, but it could. More often these just cause you to spend these resources and you only have enough to do a few things. Like we could use 2 for this, and we could use 2 for this, and then we wouldn't have enough to do this. So this is exactly how it worked with our first mission. We had enough resources to do 2 of the 3 operations. And that looks like that's what that mechanic is. It's you can do 2 of the 3 of these. And maybe if you're not careful, only 1. But it looks like for the most part 2. 2 of them, and 1 of them you know exactly what's going to happen. 1 just lets you redirect the next lead to a different zone. Okay, but back here, boy, I feel like we've got pieces here. He's telling us find the person who finds the body. The police report is telling us that this redacted person's name, can't see through it, can you? This redacted person's name is the first one to get to him and call the police. Screams were heard by Bike, who was the first one to get to Jovanovic. She says when she went downstairs, she heard redacted screaming to call the police and ambulance. And then here's going to be that person's statement again. How do we get that? How do we figure that person out? We know they're in room 1. That's the police report. We got the files of the people in the hotel. But that person is not listed here. So people in the hotel, the police report. All right. Who else was in that hotel? Well, he does say find the Austrian. So we could check Austrian intelligence activities. Let's look at these cards again. Multiple leads you can take and it doesn't cost you exposure. Well, first of all, you don't know if a lead is going to cause you exposure until you take it out. So it's hard to predict when a lead is going to cause exposure. Most of them do. We had one lead this game of the 4 that didn't cause 1 exposure. You could also get a lead that causes 2 exposure. So it's a little unpredictable. All right, I'm looking for information in one of these cards that might tell us who that person was. I mean, it could be a maid, right? So the guy who was killed, who was our contact, he was Yugoslavian. He was a Yugoslavian scientist. So that might be why we would do the red clue in the Yugoslav counter security services. All right, let's think about it logically for a second. The name is redacted. That might suggest that the person that's redacted is a spy. That's why the police or the spy agency who's redacting this police report redacted it. So that suggests that maybe our best shot at finding who that is would be going to the security service. Our guy did say when he was talking to the lawyer in that transcript, talk to the Austrian. Talk to the find the Austrian who found the body. Okay, so that suggests to me that we should do the red clue. That's the Austrian intelligence service. So that's what we're going to do. And that was in file 200. We learned about that. So let's get that out. Is it file 200 or card 200? This is file 200. In my notes. Really gotta keep track of stuff in this game. Okay, so there's 200. That was our initial report. Austrian intelligence activities of the last few days. 215 red zone. Okay, so let's go for it. Let's go for 215 red zone. I mean, the alternative would be a newspaper showing someone else is in this hotel. but I think let's do this first. We're going to do this at some point. Okay. So our next lead is going to be 215 red, the Austrian Intelligence Services. This is the first time we've been to a red zone. We didn't have a red zone in the first case that we found. Okay. So exposure red +1. Oh, I'm glad I have someone in the channel because it looks like there's something we have to decipher here. All right, let's take a look at this. Can you guys see that okay? All right. It says, Usova 20 Prague, CIA safe house. The phone rings early in the morning. A voice in the receiver communicates a string of numbers that you scribble down with pen on paper. The sun is slowly illuminating the streets of Prague as you begin to decode the messages about the Austrian services wiretaps. Decipher, string of things, and that tells us what file we get to read. And then we got some more leads here. Obtain CIA information on the Brigit Rossi's last activities. Request information on the Sparrow's activities from Austrians. Okay. So 215 has a decipher. So we'll look at that. That's only the second one of these we've had. We had one in mission 1 that was from almost the first get-go. And then this is our second one. This is bound to be harder. So we've got two more leads here. We've got a 206 white, which is CIA on Brigit Ross, which I'm guessing is another terrorist organization. And we know that 2 of the people in the hotel were related to that. They're both Italians, though, I believe. And then we've got a 208. Wow, we've got a third red zone. This is info on Sparrow activities. From Austrian. Okay, well, don't forget, even when we fill up everything in a place, we can still go to a red zone place, but it will cause one of these check boxes here, Men in Black, that will cause the end of the game. So it doesn't mean we can't go there, but it means it's very costly. All right, so let's work on this decipher thing now. Let's write it down. What have we got? So 5. So remember, these deciphers are numeric puzzles. So actually, I'm going to write it down. Looks like there are a lot of these numbers. Let's write it down this way. So you guys can be working on this at home. I'm not going to look until I work on it a little bit. 10, 4, 0, 8. You can see this, right? 0, 8, 3, 0, 6, and then X, Y, Z. So how this works is we have to find this mathematical pattern that gives us X, Y, and Z, and that will tell us what file to look at. Okay, so first thing to note is a double-digit 10 is owned by itself. So that suggests to me that each of these digits is its own number. Let's see, what have we got here? Well, I see 5 doubles to 10, doubles to 20, 40, that doesn't continue. But 4 and 8, it's interesting that the 5 doubles to 10, the 4 doubles to 8, and the 3 doubles to 6. Do you see that? 5 and 10 are related, 4 and 8 are related, 3 and 6 are related. That would make X and Z, that would make Z the double of X. And the rest are just zeros. Okay, so it's a 0, skip to 0, skip to 0. So that would suggest that y is a 0 and that z is double of x, but it still doesn't tell us. Oh, and here it's counting down. 5, 4, 3. Okay? How's that? That seems pretty good to me. Sorry, I wasn't on here. Okay, so I think that's what it looks like to me. So look. So here's 5 doubles to 10, 4 doubles to 8, 3 doubles to 6, x doubles to z. So z equals to x. Then here we've got a 0, 0, 0. That would make y a 0. All right, and then I think the pattern we have here is 5, 4, 3, 2. So x would be 2. So I think our xyz is 2, 0, 4. I think that's what we've got here. Let's put it here so you can see that. All right. Does anyone want to stop me before I try to look that up? First number in the sequence is going down, 5, 4, 3, 2. That would be the first number in our last sequence. That's x. The second number in the sequence always is a 0. So x is a 2. And then the third number in the sequence is always double the first one, so that makes that a 4. So 204, I believe, is what we're looking at. Hearing no objection from the audience, we're going to look that up. I can't remember. No, I was going to say, was our other deciphering a red? No, it wasn't. Because we didn't get any reds. Okay. So 204. That's what we think. All right, let's look up file 204 and see if we're right. So we would look for 204. And 204 has to tell us that it came from card lead 215, if it's correct. So let's look it up. 204 exists, and it came from 215. So this is correct. All right, so we deciphered that one correctly. That was fun. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, it's another recording to listen to. This mission seems to have lots of recordings. So let's go listen to this together, and then we will read it.
Die Rote Brigade ist eingetroffen. Bin auf Position. Der Sperling ist eingetroffen. Besteht Kontakt zu der Brigade? Ist nicht bekannt. Ein Politiker aus Kraljewo ist eingetroffen, hat das Paket erhalten. Starten JW Operationen Wormy Plums. Wir übernehmen das Paket. Bitte bestätigen. Wormy Plums bestätigt.
Wormy Plums? Politiker aus Kraljewo in Schöngarten. Die Rote Brigade in Schöngarten. Sperling in Schöngarten. JW in Schöngarten. Bitte bestätigen.
Wormy Plums bestätigt. Over and out.
Wormy Plums? Der Politiker wurde eliminiert. Das Paket wurde gesichert. Verletzte Amerikaner in Verwahrung. Sperling ist verschwunden.
Shall I listen again? Just for the thematics and atmosphere.
Die Rote Brigade ist eingetroffen.
Bin auf Position.
Der Sperling ist eingetroffen.
Besteht Kontakt zu der Brigade?
Ist nicht bekannt. Ein Politiker aus Kraljevo ist eingetroffen, hat das Paket erhalten. Starten JW Operationen Bombi Plums. Wir übernehmen das Paket. Bitte bestätigen.
Wormiplums
Bestätigt.
Wommelplums. Politiker aus Kraljevo in Schöngarten. Die Rote Brigade in Schöngarten. Sperling in Schöngarten. JW in Schöngarten. Bitte bestätigen.
Wormiplums bestätigt. Over and out.
Wommelplums. Der Politiker wurde eliminiert. Das Paket wurde gesichert. Verletzte Amerikaner in Verwahrung. Sperling ist verschwunden.
I mean, you gotta love the multimedia audio recordings. It's pretty cool. All right, well, let's take a look at the transcript of what we just heard. So the Austrians, who are presumably neutral in all this, are tapping some discussion here. Brigitte, Russ are at home. Okay, I'm thinking home is this hotel. Or some base, but whatever. Okay, so Brigitte Rossi. So we know that, we think that's our, we believe that those are our two people here. Okay, so these guys, this Italian and Turkish guy, these guys have got to be working for Brigitte Rossi. They're at the hotel. He's working with him in Turkey. Okay. So this guy is saying, the Sparrow's there. Is she related to this group, Brigitte Rossi? The person observing says he doesn't know. Then he says a politician from Kraljev arrived at home. He's got a package. I think the home is this hotel here. So, so a question is, who is the politician from Kraljev? So let's write this down. Politician from Kraljev. Who is that? This is a person has a package, right? So that's not our guy, codename Mason, that we met up with, right? We think that that's the guy who had the package before it was handed over to him. Where's our other people here? Is that our redacted information because it's a politician? Let's look at these bios for a second. So Jacques Laurent is a journalist. Celine Weburn is the Czech skater. So let's just make sure it doesn't mean this guy. So place of birth, Kraljevo. So it is, so they may be talking about our guy. Let's see. He's got a political science degree. Okay, so that's who they're talking about. Okay, so we think this is Jovanovic. Tomislav. So they're talking about the political science guy, codenamed Mason. So we went to meet. Our guy says he was handed the package. So at this point, they're saying he's got the package. Okay. Activating JW. Who is JW? Activating JW, Operation Wormy Plums. Well, the politician isn't... we know who it is. It's not some mystery person. But, so we do have a thing, though. JW sounds like a person. That's how I'm reading it. Activating JW, who is carrying out Wormy Plums operation to take over the package. Taking over the package. Okay, so the next day, politician at Schonengarten. So it seems to me, I was thinking this home was the Schonengarten Hotel, but it's not, it seems like, because now they're referring to Schonengarten. So they were somewhere else the previous day. So another question for us is, where is home? 214. And on the 19th was the death, or the 18th. Okay. So they're saying these people are all at home, wherever home is. Someone's home. Politicians got a package. Then the next day, they all go to the hotel. Our political science guy, Tomislav, is at the hotel. Brigitte Ross is at the hotel. The Sparrow's at the hotel. And JW is at the hotel. There's JW again. And he's saying, confirm you want me to go ahead with Wormy Plums. And he's saying, okay, someone killed the Tomislav, but I got the package. The American's in custody, and the Sparrow has disappeared. Wow, we've got more clues about who this who this person is, but we don't know who JW is. It's not Flynn. Who is JW? It's not Rado Dridic. It's not Celine. Jacques Laurent. He's a JL. Activating JW. Jack Laurent, silver scales. That's his code word, which matches that silver thing. He had a silver ring. The other person had silver something. Contact made. He's got a package from someone calling himself Porthos. He's got a package from someone calling himself Porthos. This is on 217, which is... .217 is all happening before this, after this. Yeah, so here's our 215. They're spotted at the hotel. Then comes our transcript of Finn Taylor, and then this 218 is the death. I saw her meeting with Scales. Okay. I saw her meeting with Scales. So that's her meeting with... That's our Celine person. Find the Austrian who found the body. I've got nothing. There's a rat in the CIA. Do we have a JW from our previous notes? From mission 1, I don't. Well, that's interesting. We do have a JW from mission 1. It's the guy who was killed, James Werner. Who got... Is that who JW is? Is that James Werner? This is all happening 218. Package secured. Activating JW. Austrian wiretap. I don't know who they're wiretapping, but they're Austrians. They're not Americans on that wiretap we just heard. So JW was at this hotel on 215. But our guy was killed in January, so it's not our guy. It's not James Werner. That's confusing. Someone eliminated the politician. Package secured. Injured American in custody. Sparrow disappeared. How do they have the package if someone killed? Let's read the thing where we got this transcript from. Austrian Services wiretap. Alright. So 215 has 2 more clues. CIA information on Brigitte Ross' last activities. Request information on the Sparrows' activities from the Austrians. Well, so let's look at these puzzles for a second. Does it seem to you that RA? Oh, I thought that one was. I thought that might be Brigitte Rossi, but it's RA, not RO. Any thoughts in the audience about I'm looking at these to see if there's all right. I am going to say that we should get information about Brigitte Ross' last activities. It's a white zone, which we do have time to do. The only other white we have, I believe, is Finn Taylor's personnel files, which I don't think we were going to do. But we were going to shift over a red. All right. Let's get information on Brigitte Ross. They're clearly involved in this stuff. We don't know how. All right, let's do it. 206 white, Brigitte Ross. If it had an internet, I would think that it would let us search for that, Brigitte Ross, but it doesn't, so I think this is how we get information about it. Okay, 206. The card. It says, the radio station goes off yet again this evening. You set aside your cigarette, put on the headphones, and sit at the desk. Headquarters are sending information on the Brigade Ross. Okay, so here's another decryption, which we can put. Guess there's not much point. You can't see it. I'll just do it right here. Oh, maybe you want to do it with me. All right. This is 206 white. We need to check an exposure. That's our last white exposure. It's dinner out, which we know is dinner, which we know goes for this card. So 68 is K, 23 is F, 1 is I, 63 is V, 4 is E, 27 is Z, 4 is E, 5 is R, 7 is going to be O, 27 is Z, 4 is E, 5 is R, 7 is O. What was the first one? 68? Oh, file. It wasn't a K, it was just file. Okay, so file 5 is 500. Okay. All right. Let's get file 500. 500. That sounds like it's down at the bottom. File 500, it exists, that's a good sign. Access from 206, that's where we found it, obviously. Alright, let's see what we got here. Report on the recent activities of the Brigade Rossi in Europe. Prepared by Ralph Stone. The Brigade Ross is one of the most active and most dangerous terrorist groups in Europe, alongside the German RAF and French GRI. Similarly to the RAF, the Brigade Ross has unofficial financial support from the ZSRR. It's also supported by powerful groups in Bulgaria and Czechoslovakia. Since the start of the year, we've been noticing increased activity by the organization. Intelligence reports speak about planned transactions for arms and explosives. There's been an intensification of contact with the Middle East and Turkey. Press reports, including a study prepared by George Spencer from London Reporter, show that representatives of Brigade Ross are recently in close contact with Bridget Monhaupt from the RAF. She is in our... We did come into her before. Okay, so prominent members. Stefano Riddi to Ankara. Roberto Doca to Budapest, and Antonio Barzagli, who's the only guy that we've encountered. So it gives us nothing new. It does give us a puzzle fragment, though. It's a 7-letter fragment. Let's go enter that in. Is it not 7? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's a 6. Oh, good. Another 6 with a green 9. So it's this one. And this is a green 9, red 6. And it says the second letter is a C. I feel like we should be able to know what these words are by now. Well, let's write down file 500 is Brigade Ross. And we got a puzzle. something. Scopes. Scones. Scores. Scalp. There's a lot of things that could be. Alright, that was not that great. That was not very useful to us. Find the Austrian who found the body. I didn't get there in time. He did. Who was the Austrian who got the body? It's got to be JW, but who is JW? If you had to guess, you might guess that Sparrow killed him. But if so, why doesn't she have the package? Maybe she's just sent to kill him, to assassinate him because he's working with the Americans. JW. I really want to know who that redacted name is in the hotel. On the other hand, well, yeah, I guess if they found the body... The report, it's a little odd. Like if the person is a spy or whatever, then why would they in the police report, like the name is redacted, right? But they, oh no, they say nothing about it. Coming back from when you were on 10, she saw Celine going into her room. She went down the stairs. She heard someone screaming to call the police. Like, why would the spy be screaming? Wouldn't they be a little more put together? I see my old friend Zachary Brown has checked in. I mean, maybe we're trying to figure this out before we can, but it feels like there's a missing piece of this puzzle. Someone else in the hotel saw something. Our guy who's being held told us to find the person who found the body. We've got the police report, and there's some information redacted. But we followed all our leads that led us. Info on Sparrow activities. We can read the article. So what was the article we can read? Let's see. We can read the article from Berliner Zeitung that was mentioned in the report. In one of our early reports. Let's just see what article that is. Was that our initial report? Let me just mark here. We did this one. So we can look through international newspapers for information related to the case. Where was the other newspaper? Article from Zeitung about that was mentioned in the report. Let's just see if we can find, what is this report? All right, there's two things I want to look at. There's this guy. Janovich's falling screams were heard by blank, who was the first one to get to Janovich. Now we've got that person who's just missing. Okay. I want to look at this guy again a little bit, but I also want to understand article from the Zeitung that was mentioned in the report. What report? It says, in the corridor, you met with a clerk from the office in Prague. He gives you an envelope with documents provided by Evan Wright at the embassy. The Vienna delegation's leader provided Taylor's transmissions from the hotel. Which gave us files 216 and 217. Okay. 216 and 217. Retrieve material concerning SOUD. See article. Alright, well, wow, I hate to waste a thing to look up. So this clue about check out this article is referring to the mission of our American guy. It said his goal, the package was retrieve information, intel material concerning SOUD, which we think is some Russian signals intelligence group. And then it's a C article in Berliner Zeitung, reporting directly to Vienna delegation. That's a blue. We looked it up, we didn't get much information. It just seems like a waste to go get information that we could get online. But we didn't find much, although that was his mission. Okay, so there's that. At least that clarifies what that clue is about. This is about SOUD. Okay, so I want to look at this again. Here's this other guy who's in the hotel, right? His name is Rado Dridic. And it says, in the police report, it says, oh, he's a ski buff, he has no information. But in the CIA report, it says, subject comes out of a police station in Innsbruck, sat in the passenger seat of a beige Mercedes, then the car goes towards Vienna. It goes to the Yugoslav embassy in Vienna, and he goes inside. It says, subject identified as a potential functionary of state security service. Lack of clear information. This whole hotel is filled with spies. But he can't be our JW. But if we went to the Yugoslav intelligence, we might get information on him. Here's a great point I wish I knew the answer to. So, we heard a recording, right? And we read a transcript of people. We read a transcript of people talking about the hotel. Now, here's my question to you. It says, transcript of the Austrian intelligence ward. Oh, I guess I was going to say, like, were those voices Yugoslav or Austrian? But I'm guessing they're Austrian from this. JW. All right, well, we got some choices. We can go to the Yugoslav intelligence and burn another red, which might make this unless we shift it. We could read some newspapers. And we had another red. We could go and find information on the Sparrow. She was also a red. Recent activities of the Sparrow. I mean, it absolutely could have been the Sparrow that killed him. But how would getting information about her recent activities help us? We could also try to interview her. Wow. All right, let's tread water here by reading this blue article about SOUD. If that's what our guy was going to gather information on, then I guess we got to know about it. 209 blue. It sort of hurts me because it feels like it's just gonna be background flavor, but let's do it. Okay. Exposure +1 blue. All right, so we mark a blue. Let's see what we got here. Investigative journalist from West Germany described a Soviet computer system in Berliner Zeitung. After making contact with the journalist Adam Novak, CIA activists in the Prague office got a copy of the article. The document is delivered to you bright and early by a black-haired female agent. Read file 214. Alright, so 209 gives us file 214, right? Not 274, 214. So SOUD is Soviet computer system. Okay, and Adam Novak is the journalist, which is probably going to be on this file we look at. All right. 214. Zach, while you're in the channel, can you tell me how bad the air conditioner sound is coming through? I hear it making a little noise now. It sounds like it's kind of loud. Alright, so here is the Zeitung article. An anonymous source from Budapest. Oops. An anonymous source from Budapest has informed us that the Soviets are creating a new espionage system using modern computer systems. Something that not so long ago seemed possible only in science fiction novels is now becoming a reality. Countries of the Eastern Bloc will soon be able to quickly access collections of data thanks to a network of computers built across Europe. These computers are supposed to be installed in Budapest, among other cities, in special built bunkers called Little Albatrosses. Allegedly, the program will be used... You don't hear the AC. All right, well, that's good. Let's turn it off for a bit, though. Allegedly, the program will be used by such countries as the German Democratic Republic, Hungarian People's Republic, Czech Socialist Republic, and even the Republic of Cuba, under the authority of the USSR. In light of this information, the most crucial question is, what will NATO's answer be? We asked a representative of the North Atlantic Alliance in Berlin, but he declined to comment. We only hope that the Western countries will develop capabilities similar to that planned by the Soviets to ensure the continued security of our citizens. Then it says Porthos. Down here it says Porthos. Does that mean that we now know who Porthos is? Because is it the journalist's name? Can that possibly be? Surely not. It says, after making contact with the journalist Adam Novak, got a copy of the article. What is going on here? Do you guys see that? Like, what's happening there? Why is that word Porthos that is so important to us? Is that telling us the author's name of this article? Or is it just telling us that okay, sorry, hold on. Let's read this again carefully. An investigative journalist from West Germany described a Soviet computer system in the Zeitung newspaper. After making contact with the journalist, Adam Novak, CIA analyst in Prague. So the journalist's name is Adam Novak. Is this telling us that the journalist is codenamed Porthos? This is very confusing. Like, it's not written in, it's in parentheses. Like, what is that trying to tell us? What is this referring to? I would love if someone has some theories about this. The Porthos comes up constantly in this case so far. People named Porthos, like, and here it is in the weirdest of places, typed as part of a newspaper article. That's just very confusing. Very confusing. Like, it's not in a byline. It's not... I don't know what to make of that. I mean, I guess we gotta draw attention to it. Very confusing. Alright, but we do have a puzzle piece. 6, 7, it's a 9-letter word. Let's go here and see what we can make out of this. Where's our 9-letter puzzle? Okay, it looks like it's this one. So yellow 4. Okay, so here it is with this one. So we've got some more information. We know the first letter's M. We already knew that. Doesn't give us here, but it gives us this letter is K. Tells us this is an E again. And then 1, 2, 3. It says the last letter is R. It's almost like musketeer. Musketeer, like the Three Musketeers. That means nothing to us, musketeer, though. You can take a guess at it. If you get it wrong, it tells you to check a box to get your time out. And remember, it's a 5 symbol, so it may not be something that's important till the end of the whole campaign. Boy, this Porthos is really sending me for a loop. Okay. This is file 214. All right, let's see what leads we have left to look up. We've got a free blue space. We've got a red lead that we're filled up with that we can find out about Sparrow information. I'm glad to hear that the audio sounds good, Zach. We've got another, well, we did 209. We did this blue lead. Okay. We've got a white lead for Finn Taylor's personnel files. I don't think that's going to be useful information for us. We've got another red, the Yugoslav Intelligence Service, which I am curious to go through. We've got a blue, another blue we could read newspapers about. We could read the newspapers. I forget what newspapers they were. They were just look through international newspapers for information related to the case. It's just a very generic information related to the case. Look through international newspapers for information related to the case. I mean, it's so open-ended that it's tempting. If we didn't do this one to redirect, could we do both of these? Yes, we could. Okay, so here's my suggestion to you. In the previous mission, we did this option to do an extra lead in a place where we didn't want to go. So like I want to do another red, I could use this Operation Yo-Yo. We could use Operation Yo-Yo to direct this red over to a blue so that we wouldn't check a box here. But I'm thinking instead that would cost us 2 resources. I'm much more inclined to do a red and eat one of these squares, but have enough resources to do both of these operations. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're not going to do Operation Yo-Yo. If we want to go to a red, we will take the hit here. Which means we'll probably do the free blue one to read the newspapers. Okay, I think that's our game plan. Maybe we'll take a 5-minute break here. Our game plan is going to be to hit the newspapers, which you think is probably not going to have information, and then maybe do these operations, or go to the Yugoslav Intelligence Service And we're approaching the end game because we're going to start marking these things off. Okay, so 5-minute break. Let's see if we can get that done efficiently here. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. It's hour 4 of our playthrough of Mission 2 in Vienna Connection. This would be a good time to remind everyone who's watching in the future to consider subscribing to the channel. I would love to hear, if you're watching this after you've played it, where you made different decisions and how things turned out differently. So, I don't want to, let's not recap it yet, but I am really troubled by the fact that it feels like we've been given enough clues to figure out who is in that hotel named JW possibly, who found the body, who our guy told us to find the person who found the body. They seem to be redacted on the reports. And we can't seem to figure out who that was. Now, I will say something. One of our options was to look at his personnel files, right? We had a white, look at Finn Taylor's personnel files. It's possible that they would show him knowing someone named JW. But he doesn't seem to report that he's working with anyone there, so, and he refers to the Austrian. It's so troubling that he's saying activating JW. That would suggest that JW is an Austrian person, Austrian Secret Service person. Who we have no information of, okay? So the interview with the American CIA guy, after he's caught, he says, "I refuse to testify. Find the Austrian who found the body. I've got nothing. I didn't get there on time. He did." And then he sent Morse code saying there's a rat in the CIA. So, okay, there's a rat in the CIA. That seems like more of a longer mission puzzle. I'm really troubled by the redacted name in the hotel, in the police reports about the hotel and the hotel room. Like, there it is. There's the room with the redacted person in it, right? And then the police report. The police report, which is here, has got hold on a second. Among Finn Taylor's possessions, they recovered a mini camera. Taylor is identified as blank. Right, they're going to identify him as a spy. Okay. So it says Jovanovich's falling screams were heard by redacted, who was the first one to get to Jovanovic and tell the hotel's owner to call both an ambulance and the police. Jovanovic died as a result of his fall, and an injured Taylor was found in the victim's room. Taylor's actions might be related to his spy work. His questioning will be continued by redacted. You know. Okay, stop for a second. Okay. I want you to look at something. Okay, this might be a little hard to see. What I want you to look at is, it says Janovic's following screams were heard by redacted, right? And then it says his questioning will be continued by redacted. But now look, I think this and this are the same. Like there's a little down umlaut or whatever, like a little K that looks like the first letter, which is also here. It's about the same length. And like I see what looks like it might be similar letters, like the bottom parts of another K here, and another K here. Like, if this is true, if his screams were heard by the same person whose questioning will be continued by, then we know that that person is an Austrian Secret Service type person. Documentation verified by station. But if that's true, then why would we have not gotten, when we went to the Austrian Secret Service, like, is that, if you looked at the hotel guests, like one of them this guy, Rado Dridek, identified as a potential functionary of the State Security Service. So I wonder if he isn't that guy. He was in the hotel. And the hotel records just say he was a ski buff. All right, so what I'm suggesting now we do, that's a long way of suggesting that we burn one of our marks to go to the Yugoslav Secret Intelligence Office. So that's what we're going to do unless I hear an objection to go. We're going to go to 205 red. Done. I mean, we are probably going to do a blue, so we could do the blue first, but I've already circled it, so we're going to 205 red. Oh, we've got more code. All right. Exposure +1 in red. We don't have any, so we have to check this one. One check in the Man in Black. Okay. Adam Wanter calls to inform you. Let us see, you can see it. Adam Wanter calls to inform you that his team has compiled and prepared the latest information on the Yugoslav's activities. Unfortunately, a lot of the material still requires deciphering. So we've got a puzzle fragment 2 new leads and another code to decipher. Let's work on the code first. This is 205. Okay. The code is 20, 25, 50, 60, 120, looks like some doublings, 135, and then XXX. Okay? So, what have we got here? Well, 25 to 50 is a double. 60 to 120 is a double. That's a jump in 5. That's a jump in 10. That's a jump in 15. 15, 10, 5. This is double, double. So double, double, double. So if this doubles like the others, this would be 270. If it's a simple double. And we don't care about these. That makes this information sort of redundant. 25 here, 6 here, this there. I mean, that looks right to me. So I'm just looking at the doubles. 25 to 50, 60 to 120, 135 to 270. I see a pattern here, but it doesn't seem useful for us. That's going by 5s. And it's doubling to 50, adding 10, doubling to 120, adding 15, doubling to 270. And if there was another number, it would be 290. But that's not the number we care about. The number we care about this one. So I'm thinking it's 270. I'm going to make some notes about the other stuff on this card if you guys want to tell me whether you think that checks out. 270. But let's look at what other leads we have. And we also have a puzzle. So we have a puzzle. It's a 5-letter puzzle. And then we've got 2 leads. One is 210 white, which is info on Jovanovic. Jovanovic is the guy killed. And then we have a 212 red, another red, which is ask about Soviet at Innsbruck. That's the hotel we're in. Wow, another red. Okay. That is, well, and that's the nature of this game. This whole design of this game, of Modern Detective and Vienna Connection, is to give you lots of tempting leads that you absolutely cannot chase more than a fraction down. All right, let's put in this puzzle. All right, so this puzzle is a 5-letter puzzle. So let's find our 5-letter puzzle. Sorry, did I skip over that? It's a 6-letter, 5-letter puzzle. Starts with RA. It's green 4, blue 2. We already knew that, so useless information. Second letter's an A. We knew that. And the last letter here is K. And this we have to solve before the end of this mission. I'm usually pretty good at these letter puzzles, but I'm just drawing a blank on these lately. It's going to be someone's name. Rasik? Did we meet someone named? We've got Dradik. Don't know, but oh, you know what? I'm not sure I filled some of these out without saving it. Now I'm a little concerned that we filled out a puzzle that we didn't save. Let's make sure. That one we saved. If you don't click save, it may forget it. 5 and 7, this was one we saved. Green 6 has 2 E's. I guess we saved that one. Let's see if there are any more puzzles in any of these that we didn't save. Okay, here's a green 9 puzzle. Oh, I don't think we... Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 6. That's interesting. I don't think we saved this one. So that should be a C. And this should be a 6. Save. Okay, so it's good that I went back and checked, because we did not save that one. Let's make sure we saved all other puzzles we've got. Here's a blue 2 puzzle. It's weird because when we played it the first night, the bug was different. It was a bug where it automatically saved it, but it wouldn't let you click the save button. This is RA. Yeah, we got that one. Here's another puzzle with the yellow 4. M blank blank KE. M blank blank. Oh, here's our musketeer, so I guess we didn't save this one either. R, yellow 4. Save. Okay, wow, okay. Sloppy police work. Here's a puzzle with a yellow 1. Oh, A, we saved that one. Okay, that's it. That's all our puzzles. All right. We've marked one of our Men in Black checkboxes. I see no objection, so I'm going to look at 270 and hope we didn't get that one wrong. This one I'm not as sure as I was about the others. But we'll see. 270 coming from 205 is what it should say. 270 coming from 205. Okay, well that's correct. It's 2 pages. We paid dearly for this report from the Yugoslavian Intelligence Service, so let's hope it's worth it. Okay. Kind of rewarding in a way. Musketeers delivered the package. Permission for handover to Sam confirmed. Mason and Radek are assigned. Operation Gift for Sam confirmed. Gift for Sam. Speak. Mason made contact handover in Innsbruck. Copy. Yes. Radek in reserve. Gift for Sam. What's the status of gift? Mason and Radic in position. They wait for contact from Sam. Gift for Sam. Over. Gift for Sam. Speak. Mason reports possible exposure. Austrians on the spot. Concerned that someone else is too. Is there a leak? Decision will ask the higher up. The package has great priority for Sam. Careful with Soviets. They know about the leak. Remain cautious. Continue operation. Gift for Sam. Over. Speak. Mason is dead. Gift is gone. Radic is safe. Okay. Well, this is a transcript we can read. I can tell you already. I'm guessing gift for Sam is gift for Uncle Sam. Gift for the Americans. That's our guy. They're talking about that mission. This is mostly useless information for us. The only thing I see new here is this Radic statement. All right, let's listen to this together for flavor. Hopefully you'll hear all these okay. You can see the transcript even if you can't. All right, recording 270, and I have to turn on that audio.
Mušketiri su dostavili paket.
Dozvola za predaju Sema potvrđena.
Operacija Poklon za Sema potvrđena. Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Mason je u kontaktu. Predaja 18.2. Innsbruck.
Ponovno.
Da. Radek u pripremi.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Koji je status poklona za Sema?
Mason i Radek su na poziciji. Čekaju samov kontakt. Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Mason prijavljuje mogućnost izlaganja. Austrijanci su prisutni. Mogućnost da ih ima još. Krtica. Odluka.
Pitati ću nadređene.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem. Paket ima veliki prioritet za Sema. Pažljivo sa Sovjetima. Znaju za krticu. Ostanite na oprezu. Nastavljamo s operacijom.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Mason je mrtav. Poklon je nestao. Radek na sigurno.
Listen again.
Mušketiri su dostavili paket.
Dozvola za predaju Sema potvrđena.
Operacija Poklon za Sema potvrđena. Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Mason je u kontaktu. Predaja 18.2. Innsbruck.
Ponovno.
Da. Radek u pripremi.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Koji je status poklona za Sema?
Mason i Radek su na poziciji. Čekaju samov kontakt. Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Mason prijavljuje mogućnost izlaganja. Austrijanci su prisutni. Mogućnost da ih ima još. Krtica. Odluka.
Pitati ću nadređene.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem. Paket ima veliki prioritet za Sema. Pažljivo sa Sovjetima. Znaju za krticu. Ostanite na oprezu. Nastavljamo s operacijom.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Poklon za Sema. Prijem.
Mason je mrtav. Poklon je nestao. Radek na sigurno.
Well, you gotta love those audio segments. Very, really sets the mood. Okay, so this is obviously, it's interesting. We've gotten like different snapshots of this same event that happened in this hotel, and different spy agencies wiretapping it and recording it as it's happening. Right? We listened to a recording by the Austrians happening as it happened, and now we've got the Yugoslav intelligence service recording it. So let's make some notes here about what we've discovered in this transcript. This is file 270. I think it's the cat is making noise chewing on plastic. Sarah. 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 Stop that. Sarah. Psst. Come on. Come over here. Come on the channel. Come on video. Come on. It doesn't work. She can't be distracted from plastic chewing. Okay, so this is a transcript, and Radic is working with the Yugoslav intelligence, and in the end is safe. So Radic in reserve, like as backup. Now, who of our hotel guests, who is that? Is that... Yeah, okay, I think... So, do you think that here is Rado Dridic? Rado Dridic sounds like Radic, doesn't it? And he says he doesn't know anything. He was at a hotel on vacation. He's a skiing buff. So I'm starting to think that that's who they're calling Radic. And if we look at, we know that Mason is the code name of the guy who got killed, so that all checks out. Radic is in position. Let's just make sure none of these other hotel people have a name of Radic that might be related to us. So I'm thinking it's that Dridic guy. So here are these other people in the hotel. Jacques Laurent. We think he's with the terrorists. He's a journalist, but nothing about him. Adulan Altan from Turkey. He's working with this other guy from Brigade Rossi. Italian, Mario. So I don't think he's related to that. Okay, so I'm starting to think that... Oh, and let's look at our Sparrow for a second. Although she's going to be the Russian. So she's the Russian that they're talking about. Her name was Celine Weburn, but also identified as Natalia Piskova. That's her original name. Piskova. Let's just write down. I'm not sure we wrote down that was her name. Don't want to forget that, right? Piskova. Was that one of our puzzles? File 217, Natalia Piskova, aka Celine Weburn. Okay, so before we do anything else with this transcript, it seems to me there's three key things about this transcript. The first one is Musketeers being referenced as the people who delivered the package. Do you think that's our group here, this Red Brigade group of Barzagli, Alton, and someone else, maybe Laurent. Where's that room thing? Here's our room diagram. Hard to keep all this together here. Okay, there's our room diagram. Let me just look at this for a second more. Well, there's our Italian, and there's the other guy, so they're far away, the guys that are working together. So maybe there's no reason to think that room proximity means anything. Okay, so let's go back to what we're saying here. So the first thing here is musketeers. That's our first clue. Let's write that down here. One is the information about Radek. He's in reserve, so he's working with these people. And in the end, he's safe. The other thing we learned here is that musketeers delivered package. And it seems like the Yugoslavian one thing that confuses me about these wiretaps, this is like the second or third time that we've got these wiretaps, right? And it may be, remember, this wasn't originally written in English. There are occasionally these cases in these games where you really wonder whether you're dealing with a typo or a translation error. Because here's transcript of the Yugoslavian intelligence dispatches wiretap. So I'm reading that to mean that we are overhearing the Yugoslavian intelligence service talking. Not that this is a recording that the Yugoslavian intelligence service made of someone else. So anyway, they're saying musketeers delivered the package, and they're asking for permission. So that suggests that the musketeers are Yugoslavian. Mason made contact and they handed it over. Radek is in reserve. So Radek is in reserve. He works for Yugoslav. It leads further credence to the idea that it's this Rado guy because he's believed to be, I think, Yugoslav intelligence. Rado Dridic. He parked, they drove him to Yugoslav embassy. So I think that this puzzle is his name. If you go to puzzles, I'm guessing that this puzzle is D E is the code name for this guy. I think that's a fairly good guess. But according to the rules, if we guess it wrong, we have to check a box. So it probably doesn't make sense to guess this yet, because we might actually get a clue. It would be more satisfying to guess it, but we might actually get this clue given to us. So I'm not going to click save. But I do want to go to Musketeers, because that's surely correct. That's T, Musketeer. Okay, I'm going to click... Okay, I'm going to click Save on this. But oh yeah, Save is going to accept it. I don't know if we need to use those numbers, but surely it's going to save it. Okay. If the game was fair, it wouldn't care if you know the numbers. But I don't know. It doesn't ever tell you, I don't think, when you get it correct. Okay, so this is another puzzle. And we don't know who the Musketeers that delivered to it, but I'm thinking it's the Brigitte Rossi people. But it could be someone else that we don't understand. Possible exposure, so they know that they might be exposed. Careful with the Soviets, they know about the leak. All right. Well, that was satisfying in terms of puzzles, but it didn't really solve too much more of the mystery to us. So we got 205 from... We got 270 from 205. We got a puzzle from 205 itself. I don't know if we entered that yet. It's a 5-1. Oh, I think it's the one we already knew. It's this one again. It's the same exact one that we already know these letters for. 4 green, blue 2. Alright, we know all this. Alright, so that didn't help it, but I think... Okay, we've got a white, which we're all filled up on. And we've got another red to ask about Soviet dispatches, about the operation. So we could listen to it from the Soviet side if we wanted to take another black mark. Which I am inclined to do, just because it's so fun to hear it from all the different sides. So I think we will do that. But before we do, why don't we do this blue zone newspaper clue. All right, so this is in the very beginning. We had an option to read newspapers about in the very beginning, we had an option to read newspapers about this whole thing. It was here. Look through international newspapers for information related to the case. So I think we're going to do that now. We've already been here. We might as well do this one. Because we've got a blue zone, I don't know what else to do with blue, and we've decided not to do this. Although we could do one of these first. Okay, I take it back. We're not going to do this blue zone yet, because this is the one I'm least... In case we get another blue clue. Alright, so it's time for an operation, is what it is. Alright, guys. It's time for you to decide which of these two operations. We have enough to do both of them, so I think we might. They could go badly. The last one's sure we did. In fact, bad things happened to our operatives last time. doesn't tell you what operatives get sent to these things. But it's probably going to be one of these people. Any comment from the audience about whether you want to do Operation Human Rights, where we dare the Austrian press to interview the American, or whether you want to try to interview the Sparrow? So Wien-Webern to set up a clandestine meeting. Not a clandestine, to trick her. If you had to choose, which would you choose? It feels like Operation Human Rights. Okay, let's do that one. It feels like that one is the safer one. Like, that would be easy enough to try to pull off. This one, setting up a secret meeting under false pretenses, pretending that we're a sports organization, I can see how that would get us exposure that we don't want. So maybe we do this first. Okay, here we go. We're doing Operation Human Rights. This is exciting. Operation Human Rights. Here we go. So we're spending, we need 2 resources. One needs to be a bottle. One can be a bottle or a $sign. So we're going to spend this $sign. We throw those back into our thing and we turn this over. Okay. Mr. Finn, the police claim that you refused to testify. I'm innocent. What were you doing in the victim's room? We were making plans for a trip, a dinner out. In the morning? A walk. 64, yeah. Probably 4. No, 24 kilometers away from the hotel. There's a restaurant. Look at that. He got three numbers out. 64, 4, 24. Okay. Mr. Finn, the police claim there was a struggle between you and... But there's another one not far away from here. 7 or 9 kilometers away. As I said, we were just planning a trip. Are you saying that you and the victim knew each other and kept in touch? We met in a bar in the evening at table number 22. I wanted to have no more than 5 drinks, but together we drank 22 shots. Then we decided it was a good idea to have a trek the following day. I was back in my room around 9 p.m. What happened in the room? When I walked into the room, there was no one. The window was broken. When I leaned to look out, I unexpectedly hurt my abdomen on the broken glass of the windowsill. That's all I remember. Team gains a puzzle fragment. Okay, so obviously these are numbers that make up some information. So we're going to write down those numbers. And we didn't get any exposure. Well, that's good. So this is Operation Human Rights. I'll give you this somewhere. Okay, Operation Human Rights. We got a puzzle piece, puzzle fragment, and we got a numeric hidden message. All right, let's write down all these numbers he talks about. All right, 64, 4, 24, 7, 9, 22, 5, 22, and then 9 p.m., which might be a code or not. Okay, let's write these out a little differently. 64, 4, 24, 7, 9, 22, 5, 22. Okay, well, something's obvious, right, from looking at that. If you've joined this stream late, you might not recognize what's odd about those numbers. I'll tell you in a second. 9 and 22. I'll give you a little bit of chance to figure it out before I give you the answer. But let's do the puzzle fragment while you're chewing on that. So the puzzle fragment is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 letter word. It looks like starting with the green 5. So I'm going to go here. Okay, so there's our green 5, blue 2, red 4. So that completes our numeric numbers here. And we've got only one letter, which tells us it's a Y here. And I don't know what that spells, but I'll save it. Okay, so that's the puzzle. 9 campaign. Okay. Did anyone spot, I mean, even if you didn't spot it, you might make a guess, but I want to point out something. Our decryption key for this mission is called dinner out. That's the passphrase. And he's talking about they're making plans for dinner out. And if you look at the numbers that we wrote down, they're all numbers that can be decrypted with this system. So they either single digit or they start with the 6 or they're double digit, starting with the 6 or starting with the 4. Okay, so this is an encrypted message that he's managed to deliver. And now we're going to decrypt it here. So 64 is a W. 4 is an E. 24 is a G. 7 is an O. 9 is a T. 22 is an A. 5 is an R. 22 is an A. We got a rat again, really? Really? We got a rat, really? It's a second message saying we got a rat? We already got that message. He was tapping it out. We got a rat. Now he's doing it again. We got a rat. Same exact message. It's frustrating that we found two different ways to get the same message, but I guess we have to look at it like that's what he thinks is the most important. We got a rat. Okay. All right, well, thanks. How about you tell us who you wanted us to meet up with, who found his body? All right, Operation Human Rights was a success, though, even though he told us information we already had. I think we do this other operation now. It feels a little more risky to me, but I think we're going to do it. It's time to talk to the Sparrow, who could kill us. Shall we do it? Any objection to trying to trick the Sparrow to meeting with us? These people did fine. We didn't get any operatives killed yet, but now we might. All right, here we go. Operation Sparrow. Did we go to the newspaper yet? I guess we didn't. All right, so this requires two resources, and one has to be a $sign. The other one can be a this. So there we go. I'm paying for them with these two. All right, here we go. So let's read what this is before we do it so we know what danger we're in for. Pose as a sports writer and make contact with the Czechoslovakian Figure Skating Federation in Prague to schedule a meeting and interview with Celine Wibern. Cost 2. Maybe we can flip her. I mean, I have my doubts that we can flip her. If she's a Sparrow, she's pretty hardcore. Although I don't remember in Red Sparrow movie with Jennifer Lawrence if she flipped. All right, here we go. Let's meet with the Sparrow. Okay, it's just talking. Let's read it together. After the third attempt, you managed to reach the representative of the Federation. Hello, is this Mrs. Bohumira Dvoracek from the Czechoslovakian Figure Skating Federation? Yes, what is it? I'm calling on behalf of the Winter Fun magazine. Our editorial board would love to interview Celine Wibern. Is there any chance to... Oh, no. First of all, I shouldn't even be talking to the press right now. We're busy with the intense training before the competition in Innsbruck. Secondly, Mrs. Wibern is in shock, and forcing her to give an interview is a real faux pas. Besides, she's not even in Prague. Well, where is she then? Not in Prague, I told you. Go look for her in the USSR if you're so desperate. She was supposed to come back to Prague, but changed her mind last minute. She went there to rest for a few weeks. She has a family there. We're waiting for her to tell us when she'll be back. In the middle of the season. But if you spread any rumors about her changing the representation, I will sue you. What was your name again? Okay then. Thank you very much for the information, and we wish all the competitors good luck in the competition. What information? I didn't give any information. Hello? Alright, well... all we know is she went back to Russia. She has a family there. I mean... was there any information in there that we didn't know? She's in shock. Bullshit. She's not in Prague. She's in the USSR. She changed her mind last minute. She went there to rest for a few weeks. She has a family there. We're waiting for her to tell us when she'll be back. If you spread any rumors about her changing the representation, I'll sue you. What was your name again? Okay, thank you very much for the information. It just sounds like she had to have an unplanned escape to the Soviet Union, to the USSR. Maybe that tells us something. Like it wasn't a planned hit. That would suggest she didn't kill him. Hard to know. But it didn't cost us anything except for our resources. However, no one got killed, but it didn't give us that much, didn't give us very useful information. Well, okay, so now I think we're back to square one and check out the blue newspaper clue that didn't seem very useful. And Operation Yo-Yo, we can't afford to do anymore. So unless we get more resources from something, we won't be doing this. Not that we care, because we've checked all of these boxes already, except for this one, which we're doing right now. So moving to a different zone doesn't help us. All right, let's do our blue newspaper clue from the very beginning of the case. Look through the international newspapers for some information related to the case. Okay, so we're going to 211, which is a blue. Do we have to mark that off? Okay, we'll do that in a second. 211, which is a blue. Oh. Interesting. Alright, let's look at this. It's actually got quite a bit on it. So exposure plus 1 blue. That's our last blue check mark. So everything else now is our last ticks of the clock. Let's read what this says together, though. A young CIA agent enters the flat in the attic, breathless, and pulls out a stack of newspapers from a leather briefcase. The largest papers are from Czechoslovakia, Austria, and Yugoslavia. All discuss the events at the Schonengarten much more than they do other current political matters. So we've got 4 files we're going to get. And then we've got 3 new clues. Obtain additional press clippings on Celine. Oh, look at this. It wants us to spend these things. So we don't have any of those left. So we can't do any of those. Oh, it's a shame then. It's a shame that we did both of those operations before seeing this card, because we could have been able to do one of these. All right, well, that's fine. So 211 newspaper gives us files 223, 224, 225, and 229. 9. Well, I sure hope we don't read something in one of these papers that we want to dig deeper into, because we don't have the resources to do it. That's going to hurt, especially given that trying to trick the sparrow did not help us at all. I don't think I would have done that sparrow if I had a better option. All right, let's see what we got here. Two, 223, 224, 225, 229. Here we go. 223. Here's a paper on Tomislav Jovanovic's death. Yesterday, Professor Tomislav Jovanovic, the remarkable scholar of international relations who specialized in the analysis of capitalist countries, died in Innsbruck under troubling circumstance. Professor Jovanovic was in Austria as a representative of the University of Belgrade at the Methods of Political Cooperation between Socialist and Capitalist Countries in the 20th Century, conference held at the University of Innsbruck. He announced his participation only a few days before the conference and was met with a warm welcome. Jovanovic's death is a shock to everyone. The case is being investigated by the Austrian police, who have yet to release any detailed information. Tomislav Jovanovic's academic career was bound to the University of Belgrade, where he had spent his entire working life. Jovanovic was also an important advisor to President Joseph Tito during the Non-Aligned Movement Summit in 1961, which we can look up. Condolences are flowing down from all European countries, as well as from the USA, as the scientific community mourns and remembers with fondness one of its brightest stars. If someone in the channel wants to look up the Non-Aligned Movement Summit from 1961 and tell us about that, it would be nice. Zach says neither of those operations were very helpful, but we sort of inevitably were going to do them both. We would have, except if we had seen this card. This card, which uses those tokens, might have been better. We wouldn't have used it on this one. Okay, so that's fine. So we wouldn't have gotten more information on this guy. But there's 4 here, right? Yeah. But let's see if there's going to be one of these that we wish we had. All right, next up is Murder in Schonengarten. Death of a Yugoslavian citizen. Yesterday, Yugoslavian academic Tomislav Jovanovic was found dead at the Schonengarten Hotel in Innsbruck, where he stayed while participating in an academic conference at the University of Innsbruck. Jovanovic was a renowned international relations specialist and one of the most important guests at the conference. The circumstances of his death are currently being examined by local police services, but according to our sources within that organization, his death is being treated as a murder. The alleged murderer is an American citizen, Finn Taylor, who worked at the U.S. Embassy. The man reportedly pushed Jovanovic out a window onto a rocky surface below. The Yugoslavian's body was found by an Austrian citizen whose name is being withheld by police. There's that name again that we really want. Okay, Zach writes, the 1961 Non-Aligned Conference in Belgrade was the first official summit of the non-aligned movement orchestrated by three key figures: Joseph Tito, the president of Yugoslavia; Gamal Abdel Nasser, the president of Egypt. Oh yeah, he was assassinated, right? And Jawaharlal Nehru, the first prime minister of India. Could those be the Three Musketeers giving the gift to the Americans? The Three Musketeers. An earlier meeting of the three leaders in Burjuni, to establish the grounds for the Belgrade Conference has been called Third World's Yalta, establishing a parallel to the Yalta Conference that brought together Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin. The non-aligned movement is a form of 120 developing world states that are not formally aligned with or against any major power bloc. Wow, I really think those might be the Three Musketeers. All right, but look, yet another reference to this Austrian citizen whose name is being held by the police. We need to find that citizen's name. Like, I'm gonna not be happy. All right, no motive for the crime has been given, but there are witness accounts of an argument between the two men, which concluded tragically with Jovanovic's death. Our source confirmed that Taylor was injured in the altercation and transported to custody in Vienna, where he will appear before a magistrate. What makes the case particularly noteworthy is the Czechoslovakian figure skater Celine Weburn and the French journalist who interviewed her a few days later, Jacques Laurent, were also both present at the hotel. The investigation into the circumstances surrounding Jovanovic's death will surely be conducted in an atmosphere of a growing diplomatic scandal, which will involve three countries. Neither the Yugoslavian nor the American embassies have commented on the issue, but will continue to inform our readers about the case. So, here's a mention of the Austrian citizen who found the body. So, file 224 mentions Austrian citizen who found body. Now, if we had the ability to dig into this dig deeper into this article, do you think they might know? If the name's being withheld by police, then this writer probably won't know it either, right? Okay. So maybe they do know it and just are not able to release it. Now let's continue. This looks like a Russian paper. Sportovani Zapravia. Death at the hotel. Is the Czechoslovakian champion in danger? Czechoslovakian figure skater Celine Weber, oh maybe it's Czech, was preparing for a competition in Innsbruck when tragedy struck at the hotel. On February 18th, Weber was staying at the Schönengarten Hotel where Yugoslavian academic Tomislav Jovanovic was murdered. While this terrifying accident was taking place, Weber was in the room next door. Right after the events in the hotel, she was picked up by members of the Czechoslovakian Figure Skating Federation and was transported to Prague. We were unable to obtain a statement from the champion. Will these tragic events have an impact on Celine? The Federation has already declared that due to the traumatic experience, Weber has quit the competition and left Austria. Innsbruck is definitely an unlucky city for this Czechoslovakian skater. It was a year ago that she resigned from competing in the Olympics due to the injury incurred right before the competition. We hope Celine will recover quickly from the shock and return to peak conditions soon. All right, well, we weren't going to dig deeper into that article. It's not useful. Although I guess maybe we would have learned about what happened to her before. I don't know the detail. I don't know that it's that important. Okay, here's our last newspaper article. Italian citizen wanted. Italian businessman Antonio Barzagli, 44, who was accused in 1975 of helping the Brigate Rossi, an extremist left organization, is now sought by the Austrian police in connection with the events at the Schönengarten Hotel on February 18th. According to the witness statements, Barzagli met an unidentified Turkish citizen in the hotel, and immediately after the tragic death of Tomislav Jovanovic, left the premises with that man, heading in an unknown direction. Police refused to comment on whether Barzagli might have something to do with the Yugoslavian's death. Nevertheless, the police asked that anyone who might have information on Barzagli's whereabouts contact them. The newspaper will continue to follow the case. Okay, so maybe following up, they might have information about where he is hiding if we followed up on that, which we can't because we don't have any resources. But I want to know that Austrian citizen's name who's being covered up. Austrian citizen whose name was being covered up, redacted. Let's look at what clues we have left. And let's write down that 211 reads requiring resources, which we don't have, was 203 blue, 216 blue, and 213 blue, which we can't do any of because we don't have resources for. All right, let's see, what other leads do we have? We've got a red lead we could follow. All of our spaces are filled up now, right? All of our spaces are filled up. So everything we do now will trigger a Man in Black mark. But we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 if we want to play on easy mode, which is fine by me. So we might have 4 more exposures we could do. Okay. So we could try to get additional information on Jovanovic's activities. We could try to get the Soviet dispatches about operations in Innsbruck. Okay, that's the one I'm most inclined to do. First of all, it's red, which are kind of exciting. And the second thing is we talked about how thematically it might let us listen to the Russian wiretaps. And if it's about in Innsbruck, maybe it will have information of that Austrian citizen. On the other hand, if our guy is Austrian, is our guy, is Tomislav Jovanovic Austrian or Yugoslavian? He's Yugoslavian. Okay. So that's a good clue to go for. So I'm very tempted to do that red, but let's see what else we got. We've got a JW, we don't know who that is. We've got, okay. So the other thing we could do is the info on the Sparrow. That's another red. Info on Sparrow activities from Austria. Okay, so actually I've got a thought there. That's on 215. So these are 215 red cards. I want us to look at this for a second. I guess we can come back to it for a second. Let's just look at any other leads we might have. Wow. Oh, and then we have a white, his personnel files. Okay. So we actually only know about 3 more leads, or maybe 4. Okay. I want us to look at this for a second about Sparrow. I was thinking, why bother mess with the Sparrow anymore? So, but did we do 206 already? I thought we did. 206, yes, we did 206. Okay, all right. Okay, so we did one of these. I want you to look at this one for a second. So look at this for a second. Request information on the Sparrow's activities from the Austrians. So, and then here's the other one. Here are the two reds that are most tempting to me. The second red is ask for the Soviet dispatches, which I think is going to get us the recordings, hopefully. But is it possible that the Sparrow was there? Isn't it possible the Sparrow was there to hook up with this unknown classified redacted Austrian citizen? Like, that's my most important thing. I want to find that Austrian citizen. So the question is, who is most likely to get us access to that? We could do both of these. Which of these seem more interesting to you? The dispatches or information on the Sparrow's activities? I'm not sure. Who was the Sparrow rooming next to? She was rooming right next to our guy. Both of those are Sparrow related. She was seen going into her room. So she's probably the murderer, right? Both of these are related to her. I guess she's the murderer. We're going to have to follow her down. All right, so let's start with the Russian wiretap transfer. Wiretap dispatches. I don't know if they're wiretaps. Dispatches about the operations, because that will tell us about her, about other stuff that might be going on. All right, here we go. $212. It's a red zone, which is going to require us to get exposure. We'll come back to this one. All right, 212. Here we go. Game is wrapping up. Okay, exposure +1 we have to mark here. Let's read what it says. As you're listening to the journalists on the radio talk about implementing Charter 77 in Czechoslovakia, a courier slips an envelope under the door of the safe house. Inside you find a ciphered document from CIA counterintelligence concerning the KGB's activities. Okay, and then there's another code here, which we decrypt using our code as normal. Let's write it out. I'll write out the numbers first. You could decode it on your own. Guess I'm not going to write out the numbers. I'll just do it. 28L7O 67 is K. Look. 22 is F. 9 is going to be Sorry, I jumped ahead. 67 is K. 22 is A. 9 is T. Look at 5 is H. 4 is, sorry, 5 is R. 4 is E. 0 is D. 27 is Z. 7 is O. 2 is N. 4 is E. Look at red zone. 21 is P. 28 is L. 22 is A. 9 is T. 4 is E. 2 is N. 8 is U. 29 is M. 60 is B. It's plate number. E. R. 62 plate numbers. Okay. Red zone plate numbers. Okay. So, if you look, this is red zone. This is where the yellow was, but this is red zone. Now look at that. There's a number there, and it says file. It's got the file symbol 206. File 206 written in that thing. Okay. That's kind of fun, right? All right. So we got this secret message. We put it away. And we get out file 206. That was interesting. A little twist. Little change up in how you do this. Okay, let's put these over here. File 206. We don't have that, huh? File 206. How upsetting would it be if we already found some way to get that? All right, file 206, page 1 of 1. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it was a transcript of the Russians. That's fun. Okay, so we get to listen to this. Fun. I don't think it's going to tell us more information, but we do get to now listen. It's fun because we've got to listen to each of the 3 different intelligence agencies that were recording during this operation. All right, let's go to it.
Суд раскрыто. Берлинер Зайтунг. 12 февраля. Утечка из Москвы. Срочное сообщение от Одиссея. Утечка из Белграда. Надо быстро залатать. Одиссей отправляет моряка в Инсбрук. Мы должны обеспечить морозилку.
Принято. Готовлю операцию «Русалка». «Русалка», прием.
«Русалка», говорите.
Отправляем «Ласточку». Готова морозилка для моряка и курьера.
«Русалка», принято. Конец связи.
«Русалка», прием.
«Русалка», говорите.
«Ласточка» в порту. «Русалка», прием.
«Русалка», говорите.
«Моряк арестован. Ласточка уплывает. Торговец в игре».
Okay, well that was kind of fun and kind of informative. Let's go back and look at that transcript for some more detail. Okay, so first line says Soud, S-O-U-D, exposed. I think this is saying there's an article being written about Soud being exposed in the in this newspaper, Berliner Zeitung. Okay, and then it says leak from Moscow. That's interesting for us to know. Okay, so it's referencing the article about this Soud computer operation that we got access to, right? Okay, urgent message from Odysseus. That's going to be one of our puzzles for sure. I believe this is little pieces of it, but this is going to be Odysseus is going to be one of our puzzles. Leak from Belgrade. So another leak, this time from Belgrade. Request for quick patching. Odysseus sends sailor to Innsbruck, and this says sailor arrested. So that sounds like that's us. We're sailor. That's our guy, I'm thinking. We're supposed to provide an ice house, a safe house, I guess. Operation Mermaid. Okay, so here they are doing this hotel thing. Arranged ice house for sailor and delivery man. Sparrow in the port. Obviously that's our Sparrow. So the end thing says sailor is arrested. That's our guy, Flynn. Sparrow sails away. She escaped. And then traitor in the game. Well, that's that reference to Traitor again, who is like our villain continuing throughout the missions. Let's fill in our puzzle. So this is our Odysseus, right? 574 O D Y S S E U S. Save. Okay, so we've solved this puzzle. Urgent message from Odysseus. Leak from Belgrade. Request for quick patching. Operation Mermaid. Send Sparrow. Sailor arrested. Here's what's a little confusing. I mean, we're doing all this against the USSR intelligence services, right? And here they're saying arranged ice house for sailor and delivery man. So we know the delivery man is the Tomislav Jovanovic, but sailor who was arrested, that's our guy, right? Unless someone else was arrested that they're hiding. So I guess what we can learn from this is that it sounds like it wasn't the Soviets, it wasn't the USSR that stole the package and tried to I'm not sure. Sparrow is in the port. I'm guessing that means like she's in the room killing the guy. It's just weird that it says arranged ice house for sailor and delivery man. Does that mean, maybe, I read that to mean we arranged ice house, a safe house, but maybe it means they're going to kill them. Maybe their plan is to kill the sailor and the delivery man. That makes more sense. Like, she tried to kill them both. She killed one of them, not the other. But then it says traitor in the game. This traitor, Trader, is this third party that was involved in the terrorist organizations, and maybe that's referring to those the Baader Meinhof, RAF, and this Red Brigade people. But I'm still not 100% sure what it means, the Russians. It does seem like maybe she killed, we send the Sparrow, so I think maybe they did send the Sparrow to kill them. So the SOUD is Russian operation. The CIA guy, our guy, Flynn, is going to get information about it from these countries, these three musketeer countries. So they find out about this handoff. They find out it's supposed to provide an ice house. Operation Mermaid. They sent the Sparrow to kill these two people. She succeeds in killing one of them. One was arrested. I don't know what this traitor in the game refers to. All right, well that's useful information. So we did that. We did 212. We've got two more things we can do, presumably. And how are we fixed for puzzles here? Trying to look at these puzzles. There's Musketeer. We know that one. Okay, so here's a puzzle that we're supposed to solve this mission. Is that our Sparrow's name? Where do we have her real name? Wow, we got a lot of documents at this point. What was her name? Pskova was her name. Pskova. That's it right there. Okay, good work, team. Her name, Celine Weburn, identified as Natalia Pskova. So this is going to be Pskva, Pskova. Okay, we're not going to click it yet because we don't want to make it check a box, but we'll do it at the end. So that's two puzzles we think we can guess at. Pskova is one, and the other one is Radic, or however they were pronouncing his name. I guess we kind of need to know how to spell it if we're going to enter it into a clue. Radic, R-A-D-K. R-A-D-E-K. R-A-D-E-K. These are two puzzles we want to fill in and save before the game ends. All right. We don't have many clues left even available to us, but we do have two that I know of. We've got one red one. Two that we can do. We've got a white one, which is information on Jovanovic. Ask CIA intelligence for additional information on Jovanovic's activities. I don't think that's worth it. This is the one that seems most promising. If this woman is our murderer, request information on Sparrow's activities from the Austrians. Did we do this when we did 206? Yeah, we did 206. Here's the thing. Why do we not know who that Austrian citizen was? That got mentioned many times. I mean, are they in his personnel files? Is that traitor? Is that Porthos? We have no way to... It did say license plate numbers. I'm looking if there are any more license plates on any of our cards. Red zone license plate numbers. All right, so it seems to me we did 208, right? Information on Sparrow activities. Oh, that's the one we're considering doing. Okay, so we can get information on Sparrow activities. Might be redundant to information we already have. Or we can look at Finn Taylor's personnel files. Or we can ask information about Jovanovic's, CIA information about Jovanovic's activities. So the shot in the dark one is to look at his personnel files to see if there's some connection to his past that tells us some information. I feel like if we look at the Sparrow, it's going to fill in more puzzles that we already know. On the other hand, if she's the murderer, getting more information about her seems the most useful. So I say we do her, the Sparrow. Kind of want to learn more about Jennifer Lawrence, Red Sparrow anyway, don't we? All right, let's do it. 208 Red Zone. Here we go. The red zones seem pretty fun too. Yeah. Okay. So we asked the Austrians for more information on the Sparrow, and here's what they are now reporting to us. The embassy in Prague organized an unofficial meeting with a representative of the Austrian consulate office who provided a report containing Soviet wiretaps. The report contains a ciphered dispatch from an agent with the cryptonym Sparrow. So we have to decipher something new, and we gain puzzle fragments. Okay, so let's write our cipher here out. 65, 55. Let me write this where I've got more room. I do like these mathematical ones. So far, they've been quite fun. They do pose a risk that doing it live could get us in trouble if we feel like we shouldn't be spending so much time. So far, we've been able to solve them fast enough that it doesn't matter. 65, 55, 54, 44, 43, 33, 3x, and then yy. Okay. Well, it looks pretty simple. It looks like we're going down by 10 every other jump. 43. Okay. And then down by 1 on the other alternates. They all have this little pattern, don't they? So this is minus 10 on top, and then minus 1 on bottom. Minus 1, minus 10, minus 1. So let's put it over here so you can see what I'm saying. So we're dropping by 10, then we're dropping 1. Dropping by 10, dropping 1, dropping by 10, dropping 1, dropping 10. So that would make this number here 32. And then this number here 22. Which would make x2 and y2. 32 makes x a 2, and y, if it's 2, makes y a 2. So x is 2, y is 2. This tells us to find file x, y, y. So 2, 2, 2. All right, before we do that, let's do this puzzle, which we already think we know here. So this is a PS123A, so this is more clues for this exact puzzle. It tells us a P goes here, an S goes here, and an A goes there. We guessed all that already because we think it's Pskova. It does tell us that the green is a 3. I don't think we should have to care about that. And it tells us the red is a 5, which does let us finish this whole thing out. So again, we did not need this. 3 green. So I'm going to click save. We got it correct. So we did guess Pskova. And then we've got another clue here. Oops, I think we went by it. No, that's not it. We think we know that puzzle. We know that one. Okay, so here's some more clues for this. So it's a green 9, yellow 8, black 2. So we already knew all those numbers. And it gives us another letter C. So this does not help us at all. This is the one puzzle that I'm not sure we know the answer to. But it seems like we should with all these letters. All right, let's find this file. File 222. And let's hope we're right. So this is the KGB file on the Sparrow we're looking at now. File 222, access from 208, so that's confirmed correct. I don't think we checked this exposure, did we? I don't think we did yet, so I'm going to check it here. If we did, we lost a turn, but I don't think we did. All right, let's see what this file says about Sparrow. What? Look how small this is. Mermaid. Surgery partially completed. One patient died. The other one survived. Didn't manage to harvest organs. They were harvested by an Austrian doctor from the body of the deceased. I made contact with the new medication supplier at the meeting with Scales. I'm taking a leave of absence. Over and out. Okay, well, there's our clue. There's our puzzle. Scales. That is going to be absolutely ALES. That's going to be our puzzle. I'm going to add that to our thing. But now, this is a weird message. I'm going to write down Scales here. It's nice that we saw that. But now, the embassy in Prague organized an unofficial meeting with a representative of the Austrian consulate and provided a report containing Soviet wiretaps. The report contains a ciphered dispatch from an agent with the cryptonym Sparrow. So here's a dispatch from Sparrow. Surgery partially completed. One patient died. Huh? The other one survived. Oh, it's tradecraft. She's saying, hey, the surgery was completed. No, it wasn't surgery. It was her mission to kill them. One of the patients did die. The other one survived. Didn't manage to harvest organs. Of the one that survived, they were harvested by an Austrian doctor from the body of the deceased. Didn't manage, she's saying, I didn't manage to get the package, the thing that I was meant to retrieve. They were stolen by an Austrian doctor from the body of the deceased. She didn't get the package she was supposed to get. But she made contact with a new handler at the meeting with Scales. I'm taking a leave of absence. So Scales, we heard that word before. Where do we know the codename Scales from? I mean, I know it's going to be the puzzle, but we heard that somewhere. We heard Scales from some clue. Does anyone remember where we heard Scales from? This would have been nice to write it down. Oh, Scales. Scales. That's the journalist Laurent, Jacques Laurent, because he's got scale pen. Oh, now I really want to follow through on that extra card that lets us learn more about him. So let's take a look at this. Personnel file on Jacques Laurent. Wears a signet ring with scales symbol. Took a train to Vienna. He wasn't on it. He may be working with the RAF. So that's the terrorist connection. And where was the file we were... Oh, it's under here. Okay, so I made contact with the supplier at the meeting with Scales. Taking a leave of absence. Okay. Well, it was very satisfying to sort of wrap up that she killed one of them. One got away, the package got away from her. And we know this puzzle, and we know that he's sort of setting her up with people. So believe it or not, no additional leads from that. Believe it or not, we actually have another thing we can do with our last time clock. I guess now we're supposed to do the puzzle stuff, so I'm going to submit these puzzles that I think we know the answers to. So we've got scales is one, right? You agree that it's going to be scales, right? Okay, so we got that one right. Musketeer, we got finished that one. Piscova, we finished that one, right? We don't think we have to, I think we already saved it. And then we've got one more. This is the one that's, of all of them, the least sure about, but I think Radek is going to be the answer here. Now, what are we going to do if it says wrong? What are we going to do if it says wrong? I think, do we end the game here? I don't know. Let's click save and decide in a minute. Puzzle saved correctly. Okay, so we got it right. So we got 3 puzzles right. That's very satisfying. That was the one that had to be solved for this mission. So we've got all the puzzles here solved properly. That's very satisfying. We've got one more mark that we can make before we run out. And we've got 2 leads that we know about that we could follow. One is obtain the CIA information on, no, not that one. One was ask CIA counterintelligence for information on Jovanovic's activities. And the other one was to look at the personnel files for our guy, the American. They're very similar in terms of what information they give us. I'm going to make a case for something. My first instinct was to go for Jovanovic. But our guy Flynn has told us twice, there's a rat in the CIA, there's a rat in the CIA, there's a rat in the CIA. Maybe if we look at his personnel files, maybe it will tell us some names of CIA people he's in contact with. So that's the case I'm going to make, that we go to his personnel files. So that was very early on in the case. Finn Taylor's personnel files 214 white. All right, so is everyone okay with that as a last thing? My wife is awake in the other room. Not surprised that I'm still going 6 hours later. Okay, let's do this 214 white, his personnel files. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Exposure +1, we have to mark this. This is our, if we had easy mode, we actually have one more space, which, since I like reading these things, I think I'm going to do it. But let's see what we got here. It's cold in the attic flat of the tenement, and the scent of old wood and dust fills the air. A desk is laden with a mountain of loose papers and case files, including the personnel file of an Agent Flynn Taylor, delivered by the embassy's courier, file 215. Okay? File 215. Oops. 19, sorry. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong things here. 215, 2 pages. Okay, so these are Flynn's personnel files. Okay, let's see what we got here. Finn Taylor. Long scar on the neck. Assumed names, Matt Dyer and Milan Petrovic. Guess we might need to remember that. His direct supervisor is Evan Wright. I really suspect this guy Evan Wright because he's like the Vienna chief of station, and he may have gotten our other guy killed. All right, let's continue on here. We'll worry about that later. Place of birth, Denver, 1933. He's retired Marine captain. That's why his code name from the Russians from their dispatch was Sailor. Makes sense. Participated in the fight for Normandy. Mother was a doctor of political science. Recruited by Officer Jack Thorne. That name rings a bell. Completed training in Langley. First deployment in Balkan. First field deployment facility in Vienna. Analyst in Vienna since 1972. Okay, so he participated in 3 operations. One called Red Crosshair, White Whale, and Alexander. So Red Crosshair is in Belgrade, and remember, we think there might be a leak in Belgrade. I think from the Russian transcript we heard there. Exposed a Russian operator who was supposed to eliminate President Tito's advisor. He's awarded the Order of Merit. Okay, so that's what they were referring to when they said there was a leak in Belgrade, I think. Oh, here's more in Belgrade. Recruiting operational contacts within academic circles at the University of Belgrade. Okay, so this is where he met up with Jovanovic, I guess. Delivered financial support for pro-democratic forces in Skopje. Here are the people he recruited. Katja Marek, Miroslav Krajik, Tomislav Jovanovic, and Anna Jerviska. Okay. No, not that informative. Just some background information of where he met up with the Jovanovic. All right. So that finishes that. That could finish the game. If you want to play on quote-unquote easy mode, you're allowed one more. And I think we might as well, because what's the harm? We don't care about easy or hard modes with this. So the last clue that we didn't open up was one of these here. Ask for additional information on Jovanovic's activity. So that was 210 white. So let's look up 210 white. Oh, we got a new message here. Okay. So this clock's our last one, which we get to finish, and then we have to solve the case. All right, let's look what it says. Radio dispatch alerts you while the radio is transmitting the check hit by the band, the Plastic People of the Universe. You put on the headphones, check the time, and read the dispatch. The CIA has managed to take over Yugoslavia's information channels. You get the location of a cache, which you can visit tomorrow afternoon, that contains Mason's files and a copy of his final report. Holy cow. What if we don't have time to get it? Okay, so we've got a new key phrase here, which we will now decode. Let's see what we got. So 65 is X, 1 is I, 62 is going to be an S, X is, 60 is B, 5 is R, 4 is E, 63 is V, 2 is N, 7 is O, 63 is V, 66 is Y. Did we get the first letters right? X is 60. We decoded it as a B. That's right. 5 was an R. Okay. Where were we? 9 is a T. Did we get to that? No. 62. Sorry. 63. 2 was an N. 7 was an O. 63 was a V. 62 was an S, not a Y. I'm a little unsure about this. 67 was a K. 66 was a Y. Revnosky. Okay, where was our Y? 66 was a Y. Okay, now we're on the third line. 67 is a K. 28 is an L. 22 is an A. 62 is an S. 9 is T. 4 is E. 5 is E. 67 is, alright, next line. 60 is a B. 4 is an E. 24 is a G. 1 is I. 2 is N. N, I. N and G. Beginning. X is Brevnovsky cluster beginning. And then we're supposed to look up X. So this has got internet. This is kind of cute. So it's telling us that we have to look up this person if we've decoded it right. If we got one of these letters wrong, we may have to do it. So let's look up here. Brevnovsky cluster. All right, there he is. Okay, so there's a page in Czech. It's a location. So it says, can you read this in the lower right? Brevnov Monastery is a Benedictine archabbey in the Brevnov district of Prague, Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic. It was founded in 983 AD. That suggests to me that 983 is the beginning, right? We could look up more information about it, but let's see if 983 is in here. File 983, right? Oh, sorry. 993. And here is 993. Okay, so it wasn't 983. We wrote it down as 993. Okay. That was kind of fun, right? A little different kind of clue here. All right. Okay, let's see what we got here. Personal file, Operation Dobre Vesti, Tomislav Jovanovic. So we've discovered the file by this guy's file, I guess. We get the location of a cache which you can visit that contains Mason's files and a copy of his final report. Okay. Past service, identified positively by the SDB in 1960. In 1961, he's a participant at the conference in Belgrade and advisor to the president until 1965. Positive results of observation and background survey. Keeps in contact with a diplomat from the USA and has an invitation to participate in the conference in Innsbruck. Operation Dobre Vesti. Leading agent Miroslav Tetic. Operation background. On February 11th, I was just looking if there was a page 1 of 2. No, it's on a page. Okay. February 11th, the head office in Belgrade received a microfilm with new distribution of troops and bunkers near Budapest from a Russian source, codenamed Porthos. A Russian source, codenamed Porthos. Okay, now I understand what that newspaper we found. We'll come back to that. A Russian source, codenamed Porthos. By the decision of President Tito, the microfilm is to be handed over to the USA. This was the Musketeers handing over the package, which is going to be the microfilm. Jovanovic is transported to Innsbruck and gives the microfilm to the contact from the USA. Securing the transport, renting a room in a hotel in Innsbruck, and registering for participation in the conference. Supporting agent Rodro Dridic, a.k.a. Radic. And this is giving us clues to the Radic puzzle, which we already solved on our own without its help. But there's the confirmation of that. Okay. So this is kind of nice that it wraps everything up. So file 993 says Porthos is a Russian source. Okay, so now I understand that newspaper article on Saud. Remember that we remember that we found the article exposing Saud, and if you'll remember, it was very confusing because it had in parentheses down at the bottom the word Porthos. Let's find that newspaper here. Okay. Here is the information. An anonymous source from Budapest has informed us the Soviets are creating a new espionage system. Da, 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 da. So I think this is saying this is where they got the information from. Like this is the anonymous source, or one of the sources is providing this information. All right, well, we can look through this more in detail later. But Russian source, codename Porthos. Porthos is friendly to us, it seems, and is not the traitor. We don't know who the traitor is about. All right, we are ready to solve it. We've been playing 6 hours. I guess as is tradition, we'll take a 5-minute break here, then we'll come back, wrap up, and solve the case. So 5-minute break. I have to get in here. And I think I may have just refreshed this, which could... Hold on a second. I want to make sure we didn't lose all this. I accidentally refreshed the game, but it's okay because it saved all our puzzles. Okay. 5-minute break, and we will be back. All right, we are back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're on hour 6. We're just about to go to the final report and wrap up mission 2 of the Vienna Connection. Shall we summarize the case? So it started with an arrest at a hotel in Vienna of an American working at the embassy. So one guy, scientist, was killed, Yugoslav scientist killed, the American arrested. It turned out that the American was a CIA operative rendezvousing at this hotel with the Yugoslavian scientist who was his contact, who he'd recruited years past. They were going to trade microfilm. That was the package that Tomislav Jovanovic had, the Yugoslav. We think that that microfilm was information about troops in bunkers near Budapest, and that it was being given by President Tito of Budapest and others. It was being given as a gift to the Americans. But at this hotel were this whole cadre of bad guys. So the Yugoslav government was spying on everyone, Vienna government spying on everyone, Soviet government spying on everyone in this hotel. It looks like the Russians had a Sparrow, a woman skating star that had been recruited as a spy, and when they got word of this transfer, they activated her to kill both of the American and Jovanovic, the Yugoslav scientist. She killed the Yugoslav scientist, pushed him out the window, but didn't end up killing the American. But she also didn't get the package. The package got away. It looks like it got away with a second agent that was involved named Rado Dritic, codename Radic, or nickname Radic. It looks like he escaped with the microfilm package and secured it. The one part of the mystery that I was really keen to figure out that we didn't was that the American first of all told us there was a rat in the CIA. He went through extreme lengths to give us that information. We don't know who that rat is, though I suspect it might be the Vienna chief of station. And then the other thing that was so confusing is there was a redacted person in the hotel. Redacted their statement, redacted who they were on the floor plan. And our guy, the American, after he was arrested, seemed to suggest that we needed to find who this Austrian citizen was who found the people dead. And we never figured that out. And in fact, I don't see where that information was. So we may get asked about that in the final report. And hopefully it's enough information that it will jog our memory. Otherwise, that's one piece that we don't understand. But it feels like we solved everything else until then. So now we're going to go to the final report and fill it out here. And we got all the puzzles filled in, which is very satisfying. Any last questions from the channel, from anyone watching on the stream before we click final report and try to solve this? I'll just give you guys a couple of seconds. That red sparrow was kind of interesting that we tracked her down. We'll talk a little bit about the game after we finish. You got a couple seconds to answer. If you're watching this before the end of June 28th, we're going to have a live stream Q&A channel update that I hope will be fun. We'll play a little game with the audience, a game of concept, I think. Maybe we'll give away a board game. It'll be our first joint, Greg and I, live Q&A channel update. And I'm hoping we'll have more of them, but we'll see if anyone turns up and what happens. Okay, no one's chiming in. Let's go give our final report. Final report, here we go. During the White Rabbit operation, the SAD team unlocked the following threads. Peskova. After the conclusion of the White Rabbit operation, a folder with information on the Czechoslovakian figure skater Celine Webern appears on Catherine Miller's desk. During the actions in Prague, the SAD team collected data that confirmed the CIA's suspicions that the real identity of the athlete Celine Webern is Natalia Peskova, a Russian agent working for the KGB. In the CIA headquarters, an analysis of archive files began to attempt to throw light on the agent's actions. All the open investigations where the lead is an unidentified Russian woman have been brushed off for analysis once again. Numerous unresolved clues suddenly started to make sense. The analysis of the counterintelligence reports concerning intercepts from the Soviets confirmed the theory that Peskova's actions interrupted the handover of the materials at Innsbruck. Peskova is also probably directly responsible for Tomislav Jovanovic's death. Yes, we figured that out. The team writes in the campaign journal, the SAD team received an official congratulation and acknowledgement for their services to the CIA. Okay, so let's write that in our journal. Okay, so mission 2, we wrote that SAD team gets official congratulations for services to CIA. Okay. What's next? Radek. So you can see all of these paragraphs are based on us figuring out those puzzle fragments. Okay, because we got Radek, during the White Rabbit operation, the SAD team managed to determine that Tomislav Jovanovic wasn't the only person that the Yugoslavian government entrusted with a top-secret delivery for the Americans. The other was Agent Rado Dratic, codename Radek, a functionary of the State Security Administration who was providing safety for the operation. The SAD team managed to make contact with Radek after observing his presence in the Yugoslavian consulate in Vienna. The meeting and the handover took place at a table in a restaurant at a ski slope near Innsbruck. After a short conversation about skiing, Dratic went to the slope. On the table, he left a cigarette pack, and inside was the promised package, the microfilm. The microfilm contains photos of the Albatross bunkers and 2 mysterious phrases, quotes of Alexander Dumas from The Three Musketeers. My weakness is in my strength, and silence is the last joy of the unhappy. The team received official acknowledgments from their higher-ups. The team writes in the campaign journal, gained Porthos passwords. That's exciting. Gained Porthos passwords. Okay. And now for figuring out Odysseus. During the White Rabbit operation, the SAD team collected data indicating Ambassador Evan Wright had been cooperating with the KGB for quite some time, just as we suspected. It was the chief of station in Vienna, Evan Wright. So looking at his personnel files just cemented it for us that Evan Wright is leaking. Okay. Evan Wright had been cooperating with the KGB for quite some time. The case is highly confidential. The CIA cannot allow a diplomatic scandal to go off in Europe under any circumstances. Evan Wright was arrested on March 3rd in his house in Vienna after coming home from work. Once he realized that the CIA was knocking at his door, he attempted to broadcast a signal through the radio station, but he was apprehended before he could. During a shakedown of his house, materials indicating his cooperation with foreign intelligence were found, including the ciphered messages and copies of top-secret files from the embassy's archives. Wright was transported to the USA the next day. The official reason for his departure from Vienna was an immediate assignment to Washington, where other tasks await him. His functions in the embassy were taken up by Deputy Ambassador Suzanne Harris. Simultaneously, an intense investigation aiming to find out Wright's possible collaborators began. It seems, though, that none of his subordinates in the embassy knew about any cooperation with the KGB. Nonetheless, the embassy in Vienna remains under the CIA's strict observation. Team writes in the campaign journal, the SAD team unmasked a Russian spy in the embassy of Vienna. Okay. Okay. SAD unmasked Russian spy in Vienna embassy. That was nice that we figured that out and it turned out to be true. We suspected. We weren't sure it was Evan Wright, but we suspected it was him. Okay, so we got a lot of puzzles in that mission. So we got a lot of threads unlocked. And now we go to the next page. We're going to get asked to do something, to make some recommendations here, I'm guessing. Okay. Catherine Miller makes a decision about concluding the White Rabbit operation and the withdrawal of the SAD team from Prague. The SAD team sends a final report concerning the White Rabbit operation and recommends further actions for local investigation. The SAD team recommends two of the following. We can arrest Jacques Laurent. We can arrest Celine Webern. We can arrest Antonio Barzagli. We can arrest Adulan Altan. We can meet with the Yugoslav consul in regard to the content of a delivery from Porthos. Conduct further investigation concerning the publication of the article in the Berliner Tageszeitung. We can perform diplomatic actions aimed to clear Finn Taylor of charges. Or we can take diplomatic actions aimed to retrieve the delivery secured by the Austrians. So remember, the setup of Vienna Connection is there are very few wrong answers. Here, there aren't wrong answers. We've got 5 options for arresting people, 4 options for arresting people, and then 2 more investigate and diplomatic. So let's think about what we want to do for our satisfaction. We could arrest Jacques Laurent. Now remember, he is the journalist, but we know he's involved with the terrorists. He's the silver scale guy. So he's got his fingers deep into journalist stuff where he's providing information for the terrorists. So you could arrest him. But it seems to me, if we're serious about our spycraft, you don't arrest someone when you could turn them or spy on them and gather information. So let's not arrest the guy. Let's put him under surveillance, right? Let's either turn him, flip him, or surveil him and find out who he's giving information to. So no, we're not going to arrest Jacques. Okay, arrest Celine Webern. This is our little Red Sparrow. She's a killer. She just killed this good guy, the Yugoslavian scientist. But she's in Russia. I don't think we're going to be able to arrest her. And she's going to have a hard time traveling, and so I think we let her go. I mean, and she's just doing her job, right? Nothing personal. She did stab the American that we care about, but I feel like, again, we might be able to flip her. If we arrest her, we don't have that option. So I say let her go. Okay, arrest Antonio Barzagli and Ayudolan Altan. These are the Red Brigade. I don't know if it is red. I don't know if I'm mistranslating that. But they're involved in some terrorist stuff. In Mission 1, we arrested someone, and it wasn't helpful to us. We just arrested a middle person. This second guy, Doğan Altan, he's like a Turkish transport ship guy. He's just a middleman. Antonio Barzagli, they're shipping stuff. Maybe they know who this trader is that we're looking for. I'm inclined to let them go too. They seem like small fish. All right, so now let's look at our other choices here. We can meet with the Yugoslavian consul in regards to the content of a delivery from Porthos. Well, Porthos, we know, has good information. He's been delivering information for us that could crack stuff wide open. So I like that one. What choices do we have? We have to do two of the following. Okay, so that's not a bad one at all, Porthos information. Further information concerning publication of the article about SOUD, that seems like that's an inefficient way to get information. Diplomatic actions aim to clear Finn Taylor of charges. I mean, we could try to get him released. That doesn't, like, he knew the risks. He's going to get off. They won't be able to prove it. I think we let him sit in jail. I don't think he's got information for us. So, the last one is diplomatic actions aim to retrieve the delivery secured by the Austrians of the microfilm. So my vote is we do our job. Let the caught American stay in jail. Let the other spies stay in the field where we can flip them or watch who they talk to. Let's do the two things to get the information. The Porthos information, which has always been good, and the get that microfilm that this whole thing was all about. All right? So what I'm going to check, if it's okay with you, is get the delivery of the microfilm and get the information from Porthos. Would anyone like to object to that before I click submit and make my recommendations? There's a 10-second delay on YouTube that we have to wait for, but so let's see what we got here. 6 hours, 30 minutes. I see Gustav. Am I remembering your first name right, Gustav? I believe it's Gustav Runander, who is a new Patreon supporter, which we are so grateful for. It really, on one hand, we're trying to do this so it doesn't matter, but it's like nice. It's like a little acknowledgement that someone likes what we're doing, and he's been in the Discourse channel talking, and it's been fun to talk. So it's been it's been great. All right, no objections. I'm going to submit this, and we're going to read the report here. Two of the following. Let's read our report. All right, here we go. You can see this, right? Diplomatic actions aim to retrieve the delivery secured by the Austrians. Thanks to the data collected during the White Rabbit operation, the SAD team managed to determine that the Austrian services are in possession of the copy of the delivery that was supposed to be handed over to Americans through Tomislav Jovanovic. In exchange for the delivery, Austrian services demanded operational files concerning the agency's activities on the Austrian territory. The CIA didn't accept these terms. But after a few days of negotiations, they finally gave way and acceded to reveal some of the documents. The package intercepted in Innsbruck contains a microfilm with photos of Albatross bunkers construction near Budapest and two mysterious passwords recognized as quotes of Alexander Dumas. My weakness is in my strength, and silence is the last joy of the unhappy. I guess we're supposed to write this down, but we got a new thing in our campaign journal. Gained Porthos. You know what? What a ripoff. It says we write down gain Porthos passwords, but we already had that. We got that from other means. I wonder if I shouldn't have paid more attention to the final report if it didn't say that we got the microfilm access already and that this was a waste. That does not feel right. That does not sit well with me if that's true. I have a faint memory of like one of our puzzle clues telling us that we got access. So I shouldn't have tried to get access again, but it shouldn't have given me that option. So that feels a little unfair, but okay. Next step, meeting with Yugoslav consul in the matter of a delivery from Porthos. Representatives of the Yugoslavian government in Vienna still seem to be upset by Tomislav Jovanovic's death, so the SAD team's request for an appointment with the consul is being processed with priority. At the consulate's door, there is a black and white memorial portrait of the professor surrounded by lights and flowers. The consul invites the team to his office. He explains that Jovanovic, in obedience with President Joseph Tito's decision, was assigned to hand over certain materials to American services on behalf of the Yugoslavian government out of concern of good diplomatic relations between the two countries. Yugoslavians received those materials from a Russian informant codenamed Porthos. The consul doesn't have the microfilms, which unfortunately fell into Austrians' hands. We got them. He knows that the microfilms contained aerial photographs of the Albatross bunker system building area in Budapest and 2 quotes from Alexander Dumas' novels. The consul remembers only one of those sentences, "Silence is the last joy of the unhappy." The SAD team gains a password. So we actually got both of those through the other one. So silence is the last joy of the unhappy. And what was the other one? It feels like we got, these were all redundant ways to get these 2 passwords, right? Like we got them up here. We got them 3 times. We got both passwords in the first one, and then we met with the second one, we got them again. So the other password was my weakness is in my strength, All right, redundant, that's unfortunate, makes us feel like we wasted actions, but fine. Both of those actions we just took gave us information we already had. All right. Next. Share your success, next mission. If we go back to final report, let's see. Okay, so let's just confirm this. So, Radic gave us both. Figuring out Radic, we made contact. He left us the package. So we got the package from him. So it was totally pointless to try to retrieve the delivery. Total waste of time. Okay, but that was the end of the mission. We did get lots of information from the puzzles. Our final choices gave us stuff we already knew. All right, let us spend a couple of minutes talking about this mission number 2 and how we liked it. Couple of observations. I'm not going to retread all of the stuff I talked about after mission 1 about the difference in the systems and some of the different mechanics. We'll try to focus on just what was new from mission 1. First, a very casual observation. This mission had some little twists to the mechanics that were just kind of fun, right? We got like a code phrase that had us look something on the internet up to decode it to get a file. We had 3 different mathematical pattern puzzles, which were, I find, very enjoyable. They were quick. We solved them quickly, but they were enjoyable. This mission number 2 felt much more like we got to look at every clue that was of much importance to us. We didn't pay any bad penalties. We basically went through almost every lead. There were some leads we couldn't do, following up on newspaper articles, but not big. Almost everything we got to do. We did one extra because we played on easy mode, and then we got one extra because we played solo. And that would have been important because the last clue we got opened up some information. I would say keeping with the approach of this game, there were things that we worked hard to figure out, to deduce about who was working for who and who was double-crossing who and who killed who. So there were things that in the course of our 6 hours, because we spent 6 hours playing it, did challenge us, and they were fun to figure out, and we did figure out. But again, keeping with the approach of the game, they did kind of tie up and wrap up for us. The game did wrap those up for us. So the enjoyment was figuring out ahead of the game. The puzzle stuff is still not quite satisfying. We solved puzzles before, and then the game continued to fill them in completely for us. So there were several puzzles that were sort of fun to try to figure out what they were. But then eventually the game gave us all the details. There was one where the numeric code wasn't fully specified. I started to think when we were reading the end there that maybe figuring out the word gives you the end wrap up, but maybe it uses the numbers to figure out what leads you saw, and so what stuff it could mention. But I'm not sure. It's still a little confusing, a little weird, and feels a little less satisfying. And I'll just make a note that Greg and I have been playing the Initiative, which is another campaign game, 15 games, much shorter, not narrative mystery games, sort of mechanical games. But there is a key phrase that you have to decode that looks a little like this puzzle fragment thing. But it's much more satisfying in terms of trying to figure out what that puzzle phrase is. Whereas in Vienna Connection, those puzzle things seem very arbitrary. Like you see a 6-letter word, begins with PS, and then you're like, okay, what word have we seen in the game? That's that. All of the puzzles have that flavor. Like we saw a word that looked like it might be Musketeers, and then we found it in one of our transcripts, so we know it must be Musketeers. It wasn't sort of a deduction thing. But it's still succeeding in all the ways that it succeeded in Mission 1. The immersion in getting these big, giant files is so satisfying. The hotel floor plan and reports from all of the people staying at the hotel, the personnel reports. I mean, that is so satisfying to get a little dossier on everyone who was staying at the hotel and trying to figure out what role each of them played. And then this mission had recordings that we listened to from 3 different spy agencies, the Russians, the Austrians, the Yugoslavs. So satisfying to listen to them. It was like one of those movies where you're seeing, not Rashomon, but where you're seeing the same thing unfold, those same 2 days where the guy was killed, we saw unfold by listening to the wiretaps of the 3 different spy agencies. Very satisfying. The operations were nice. Well, in the first mission, the operations hurt us. Here, they helped us. So everything it set out to do, capturing the immersion in this spy world, very nice. The final report stuff, again, fell a tiny bit flat for us. We picked things that were redundant to the final report. It would have been nice if it didn't, like, is that part of the game that we're supposed to see, that it's giving us an option to try to trade for the thing we should have figured out, that we already had that information? Possibly, but I will assert to you that that is hard to make work as a game mechanic, because it's a lot like following these leads. You're like, well, logic tells me that I've already gotten the contents of what was in the microfilm because Radich gave it to me. But you could easily see that the game could say, well, there was extra information there that you should have known it was the most important thing for you to go look at. So it's very hard for a game to make you, to rely on you to figure out you shouldn't get some information, when the rules of the game are you never know whether there's going to be some extra information there. So, final report. Both of the final reports we chose gave us redundant information we had already gotten from the first half of the final report. That is unpleasant. That's a miss. I would have liked it to cross those two choices off if it knew that those choices we already had the full information of, and let us do the other things. But again, very fun. I loved when we, so there are little small touches that were really satisfying, right? Like one of them was when there was the Morse code he was tapping out, right? And then he also, again, another case of redundant information that felt a little painful that we got it in two different ways. We only had to do it once. But the fact that we didn't have to give up any leads, we were basically able to do everything, made it less painful. But the Morse code tapping was quite fun. Now the transcript gave us a little cheat there because it told us when he did the dot versus dash, basically it said long pause or short tap. It might have been nice if we could only figure that out from the audio, because we did know from the audio that he was doing Morse code. We didn't need the extra hint. But I've talked about this a lot with these detective games. The authors of these games simply cannot make it so that there isn't redundant ways to get information, because if they didn't have the redundant information in the transcript, if they didn't make it a little easier, those that solved it would be very thrilled, would be thrilled that they got it from the tiny piece of information. But the cost is that a much larger number of people won't have solved it, won't have figured it out from the audio. So the trade-off you make with these games is you have to take enjoyment from the fact that you figured it out first before you got to the part that gave you the redundant information way to solve it. But one of the things I really liked in this game, and this is just a small immersion little thing, was when we found the report that the Sparrow woman, it was nice that we found her name, that was a puzzle, but like this was very fun. Like she wrote this little report when we tracked her down, right? So she says, surgery partially completed, one patient died, the other one survived. I didn't manage to harvest the organs. They were harvested by an Austrian doctor from the body of the deceased. I made contact with the new medication supplier at the meeting with Scales, taking a leave of absence, over and out. This and the Russian wiretap that we saw, I'll just put this closer up so you can see it better. Like, it took us a little while to piece together. I was like, wait, are we reading the wrong thing? No, this is her little tradecraft of explaining the assassination attempt and how it went, right? The surgery partially completed. Her assassination attempt, her assassination of these two people, the Yugoslav scientist and the American, was partially successful. One patient died. She killed one of them, right? The other one survived, the American. And then she's saying she didn't get the package that she was sent to get. It was taken away by one of the Austrian citizens, which maybe was the Austrian citizen we were being told. Maybe, I guess that answers our question about, our CIA guy was saying, talk to the Austrian. that was the Radek, the Austrian that we learned was part of was the CIA's guy's partner. But and then she's referring Scales, who we remembered was the journalist with the scale on his ring, who we know is involved in all this bad stuff. So all in all, very fun, super fun to be in this spy world. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to mission 3. Are we going to have more puzzles, or did we solve them all? We can't have solved them all after 2 missions. Surely there's new puzzles, new official puzzles, I mean. All right, one there. Thanks for joining me, those who did, and hopefully someone will watch this after you play. This might be fun to watch after you play the missions. Come back, see how I did, see where I figured certain things out. If you answered the final questions differently, it'll be interesting to see if you got more satisfying ending. We'll see you on June 28th. I believe it's the 28th, not the 29th, for a live Q&A. And I'll see you for mission 3 of Vienna Connection. And with that, goodbye.